Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. It is currently 1:06 a.m. and today's date is the 1st of March 2025. Yes, spring is almost here. And how are you doing this beautiful midnight slash morning? All right, we're gonna run it back and then we're gonna talk about a lot. Okay. If we can, we're gonna do a marathon, but if we cannot, we're just gonna have a good time, okay? All right. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, join the membership. Let's have a good time. Zelenskyy was in the United States yesterday, probably still in the United States right now. However, he was in the White House. He had a meeting with the OG, the 45th, now the 47th president of the United States. And he became an argument or like a little spanking because I would say Vance and Trump sort of kind of like put Zelensky in his place. However, I want you guys to be the judge of this. I don't know how Zelensky got the courage to talk to the commander in chief of the armed forces of the United States like this. This is something I don't get. However, it happened. It happened. Okay. It happened. But are we going to say Zelensky is disrespecting the United States? Or are we going to say he feels that the United States is an ally to Ukraine and we should do what we're supposed to do, which is protect your friends? Is that what is making him talk like this? So much disrespect. He wasn't, I mean, he was saying thank you, but his words and his attitude were two different things. So I don't know what came over him, but this doesn't look good for Ukrainians and for him as the president of Ukraine. This is bad. But let me know what you think.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to have President Zelenskyy of Ukraine. And we've been working very hard, very close. So we've actually known each other for a long time. We've been dealing with each other for a long time and very well. We had a little negotiation spat, but that worked out great. I think for both countries, I think for the world, actually, beyond both countries. And we have something that is a very fair deal. And we look forward to getting in and digging and working and getting some of the rare earth. But it means we're going to be inside, and it's a big commitment from the United States, and we appreciate working with you very much. And we will continue to do that. We have had some very good discussions with Russia. I spoke with President Putin, and we're going to try and bring this to a close. It's something that you want and that he wants. We have to negotiate a deal. But we've started the confines of a deal, and I think something can happen. The big thing is the number of soldiers, mostly at this point, but soldiers being killed. You're losing thousands of soldiers. On both sides, we're losing a lot of soldiers, and we want to see it stop. And we want to see the money get put to different kinds of use, like rebuilding. And we're going to be working very hard. But we've had a lot of very good conversations. I will say until we came along, the Biden administration didn't speak to Russia whatsoever. They didn't speak to anybody. They just allowed this to continue. And I will say that, I'll say in front of you, you've heard me say it 1,000 times, if I were president, this war would have never happened. We would have had a deal negotiated for you without having to go through what you've gone through. But your soldiers have been unbelievably brave. We've given them great equipment, but somebody has to use the equipment. They've been unbelievably brave. And we give them great credit. This was supposed to be over very quickly, and here we are 3 years later. So I give tremendous credit to your generals and your soldiers and yourself in the sense that it's been very hard fighting, very tough fighting. They're great fighters, and you have to be very proud of them from that standpoint. But now we want to get it over with. It's enough, right? We want to get it over with. So. It's an honor to have you here. Thank you very much for coming. We're going to sign the agreement at the conference in the East Room in a little while. right after lunch. And we'll be having lunch together. We're also discussing some other things. And we appreciate everybody being here. It's somewhat of an exciting moment, but the really exciting moment is when they stop the shooting and we end up with a deal. And I think we're fairly close to getting that, and an honor to have you. And please, I'd like to say something.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you for invitation. And really, I hope that this first document, will be first step to real security guarantees for Ukraine, our people, our children. I really count on it. And of course, we count that America will not stop support. Really, for us, it's very important to support and to continue it. I want to discuss it with details further during our conversation, and of course, the infrastructure or security guarantees. Because for today, I understand what Europe is ready to do, and of course, I want to discuss with you what United States will be ready to do. And I really count on your strong position to stop Putin. And you said that enough with the war. I think that is very important, Ben, to say these words to Putin at the very beginning of war, because he is a killer and terrorist. But I hope that together we can stop him. But for us, it's very important to, to save our country, our values, our freedom, and democracy, and of course, no compromises with the killer about our territories. But it will be later. And of course, what I wanted, we spoke about it by phone with you about the drones production. We have very good drones production. I think the best one in the world for today because of the war. Yes, and of course, we need very much the air defense. You have the best air defense in the world, and really you helped us under attacks of Russians. And I want to speak how we can exchange the licenses. We're open to share the licenses of all our drones with you, of course, with the United States. And we need licenses for quick production of air defense. Even after the war, we need our nation to be calm, that we are secured. So that's why we need this air shield. And of course, about this, I want to speak about the contingents. I think that France and UK already spoke to you, and we know that Europe is ready, but without the United States, they will not be ready to be as strong as we need. And the last point, last not least, about exchange, about our people and children. And you know that these crazy Russians, that they stolen 20,000 of children, Ukrainian children. They changed their names, they changed their families, relatives, and now they're in Russia. We want to bring them back, and really, it's a big dream, task, and goal for me, and our warriors. By the way, Mr. President, we released more than 4,000 warriors from Russian prison, but there are thousands more in the prison. I wanted to share with you some images, how it's. Just can I now?
Yeah, please, please.
One minute. Just you to understand in what circumstances, in what situation they are, and what the attitude of Russia to our prisoners. That guys, just you before and after. And you see before and after, just you to understand. Now thousands of such guys, ladies and men, there. And so they don't eat, they beat them, and they, so they do a lot of, bad things. So out of, even during the war, there are rules. Everybody knows there are rules during the war. So these guys, they don't have any rules. You see that 50, 60 kilograms left, and a lot of such things. And I didn't want to show you what the changes with images of children, because I will share with you. I mean, it's looking tragic.
Yep, that's tough stuff.
I wanted very much to give you, and you see it.
Yeah.
This is pastor, by the way. They stolen pastors, because it's not Russian church. They stolen pastors and moved pastors to the prison. At the end of last year, we brought 3 pastors, and we could exchange them. This is pastor, you see.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah. So I mean, this I wanted to show you, and this. So thank you very much.
We want to get that ended, right?
Yeah. Of course. We
And
will.
I think we will. I think we will. And
We have to, of course.
do you have any questions, please?
When you continue to ask you about the
All right, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the, how much money is the U.S. going to put into the fund that is being created today, and how does this provide long-term security for Ukraine?
Well, we don't know exactly how much because we're going to be putting some money in a fund that we're going to get from the raw earth that we're going to be taking and sharing in terms of revenue. So it's going to be a lot of money will be made from the sale and from the use of raw earth. And as you know, our country doesn't have much raw earth. We have a lot of oil and gas, but we don't have a lot of the raw earth. And what we do have is protected by the environmentalists, but that can be unprotected, but still it's not very much. They have among the best in the world in terms of raw earth. So we're going to be using that, taking it, using it for all of the things we do, including AI and including weapons and the military, and it's really going to very much satisfy our needs. So it's something that just worked out really well. We have a lot of oil and we have a lot of gas, we have a lot, but we don't have raw earth. So this has just about every component of the raw earth that we need for computers, for all of the things we do. This puts us in great shape.
And the long-term security for Ukraine, how does this provide?
I think they're going to have great luck. I think once we make the agreement, that's going to be 95% of it. They're not going to go back to fighting. I've spoken with President Putin, and I feel very strong. I've known him for a long time, and I feel very strongly that they're very serious about it, and we'll make a deal. And when the deal is made, I don't think we talk about security. Everyone's talking about the other day. All they talked about was security. I said, let me make the deal first. I have to make the deal first. I don't worry about security right now. We have to have a deal because right now, last week, 2,000 soldiers died on both sides. 2,000, and they're losing 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 a week. So as we sit here and we talk, people are getting shot and dying on the battlefield. And, you know, they're not American soldiers, but they're Russian soldiers and they're Ukrainian soldiers, and we want to be able to stop it. And we want to be able also to spend money on other things. We don't want to, this is a tremendous amount of money. And what the Biden administration did was terrible. They were giving money, but he had no security on the money. Europe, as you know, gave much less money, but they had security. It was in the form of a loan. They get their money back, and we didn't. And now, at least we're protected because the American taxpayer has to be protected too. But this is an incredible agreement for Ukraine because we have a big investment in their country now. And what they have, very few people have. And we're able to really go forward with very, very high-tech things and many other things, including weaponry that we're going to use in many locations, but that we need for our country. This allows us to do that.
Will you continue?
I'm sorry. Can I?
Military aid.
Yes, go ahead, please.
If
Yeah.
I can just yes. In the document, there is one of the very important points. If we speak about business and investment, we never had LNG terminals in Ukraine. This document will open. I mean, the next documents, but anyway, here we see in the framework, we see a really goodwill for this. LNG terminals for us is very important, and I think for security of European continent. We have the biggest storage, gas storage. We have the biggest in Europe. Yes, and we can use it for LNG, use it for LNG, and we will do it. And really, we can help Europe because Europe really helped. President Trump said that they made less support, but they have our friends, and they are our very supportive partners. They really gave a lot, Mr. President.
They did.
Really, they did.
They gave a lot, but they gave much less.
No.
Much less.
No. No.
Don't argue with it.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
Mr. President Trump, you have repeatedly called the deal with Ukraine as a historical one. And as a president of the United States, you make historical decisions in other issues which affect America and other world. So what place in the world history do you want to take? And do you associate yourself with any famous historical figures?
Yeah, I'd say George Washington, Abraham Lincoln. I would say I'm far superior to George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. Now, you know I'm only kidding, right? Because when I say that, the fake news is going to go wild. They're going to say he considers himself to be better than Washington. But you never know. You never know. I don't compare myself to anybody. I'm here to do a job. We've had a great 35 days or whatever it might be, a month, a little more than a month. We've accomplished tremendous amounts. Not only this would be a very great achievement if we could get the war stopped and get them back to normalization. I think that's going to happen. We've had very good talks on both sides, as you know. But I think we've done a very good job, just generally. If you look at all of the things we've done in 30 days, they're saying there's never been a opening for a president. The first month, there's never been a first month like we've had. And this is one of the very important things. This, to me, is one of the most important things because I'm here to do a job. We've had a great 35 days or whatever it might be, a month, a little more than a month. We've accomplished tremendous amounts. Not only this would be a very great achievement if we could get the war stopped and get them back to normalization. I think that's going to happen. We've had very good talks on both sides, as you know. But I think we've done a very good job, just generally. If you look at all of the things we've done in 30 days, they're saying there's never been a opening for a president. The first month, there's never been a first month like we've had. And this is one of the very important things. This, to me, is one of the most important things because we have tremendous death taking place as we speak. And I don't want to have that. You know, think of the parents, whether they're in Russia or Ukraine, think of the parents of all these people being killed needlessly.
They came to our territory.
Should have never started. This would have, if I were president, this would have never started.
Mr. President, will you continue sending military aid to Ukraine after the U.S. signs this agreement with Ukraine?
Yeah, we're going to be continuing.
President Zelenskyy, do you feel like the U.S. is on your side, that President Trump is on your side at this moment?
What do you think?
He wants to know, do you think that, sort of a stupid question, because I guess we wouldn't be here if I wasn't. You know? But
I think that the United States on our side from the very beginning of occupation, and I think that President Trump on our side, and of course, I'm sure that the United States President will not stop support. This is crucial for us. It's important for us. Yes. And Putin, the president, speaks about the people and the soldiers which are dying, but they came to our territory, they came to our land. They began this war, and they have to stop. And I think this is the question, was really the most important question. Can President Trump, I hope yes, with some other allies, to stop Putin, withdraw these enemies, our enemy, withdraw these troops from our land? And I think that you asked about the history, I think that if President, or when, he will stop Putin, if President Trump will bring peace to our country, I think he will be on this wall.
We've had very, very good talks.
What about military aid to Ukraine?
President Zelenskyy just said that there'd be no compromises with Vladimir Putin. I just wanted to ask both of you. Firstly, are there compromises that you think that President Zelenskyy is going to have to make? And President Zelenskyy, is there anything that you think that you may be able to offer or bring to the table, for example, elections? Thank you.
I think you're going to have to always make compromises. You can't do any deals without compromises. So certainly he's going to have to make some compromises, but hopefully they won't be as big as some people think you're going to have to make. That's all. It's all we can do. I'm here as an arbitrator, as a mediator to a certain extent between two parties that have been very hostile. To put it mildly, they've been very hostile. There's been a vicious war. There's been a vicious war. You know, it's a very level battlefield, and those bullets go out, and as I've said many times, we were talking about it with Pete, Many times, the only thing stopping those bullets is a human body. And in the case we're talking about, generally young human bodies are stopping a lot of bullets. It's dead level. That's why it's great farmland. It's great land. It's great farmland, but there's very little protection against the bullets that are being, and other things that are being shot. So all I can do is see if I can get everybody at the table and get an agreement. And I think we're going to end up with an agreement. Otherwise, I wouldn't probably be even here today.
Mr. President, I've got two questions for you. Do you think ultimately your legacy will be the peacemaker and not the president that led this country into another war and ended foreign wars? And I've got a question.
I hope it will. I mean, I hope I'm going to be remembered as a peacemaker. This would be a great thing if we could do this. I'm doing this to save lives more than anything else. Second is to save a lot of money, but I consider that to be far less important. So I hope I'm going to, thank you, Brian, for that question. It was a nice question. I hope I'll be known and recognized as a peacemaker. This would be a great thing to solve. This is a very dangerous situation. You know, this could lead to a third world war. This was headed in the wrong direction. If this election were lost, if we didn't win this election, and by the way, we won it by a lot. That was a mandate. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. We won everything. The districts, you look at the areas of red, take a look at a map. This was a big mandate, and this was one of the things. I said, we're going to get this thing settled. If we didn't win, I think this could have very well ended up in a third world war, and that would not have been a good situation. What was your second question?
And my second question for President Zelenskyy.
No.
Why don't you wear a suit?
Why?
Why don't you wear a suit? You're the highest level in this country's office, and you refuse to wear a suit. Just want to see, do you own a suit?
Yeah, you have problems.
A lot of Americans have problems with you not
Really?
respecting
I don't
the
have
authority of
such.
this office.
I will wear a costume after this war will finish.
Okay.
Yes, maybe one,
Maybe something like this.
something like
Yes,
yours.
sir.
Yes,
That'd be great.
maybe something better. I don't know. We will see. Maybe something cheaper than yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, President Trump. You said yesterday.
President, are you going to send more arms to Ukraine in case there's no peace?
Yeah, we're going to have arms to Ukraine, yeah, sure. Hopefully I won't have to send very much, because hopefully we're going to have it finished. We're looking forward to finishing this quickly. We're not looking forward to sending a lot of arms. We're looking forward to getting the war finished so we can do other things. But we very much appreciate the agreement, because we needed what they had, and we're treating, our country is now treated fairly. Biden didn't do that. He didn't know what the hell he was doing. This should have never happened. This should have never started. But, sure, the answer is yes, but hopefully we won't have to send much, because I'm looking forward to getting it done quickly, very quickly.
Does that mean you provide security guarantees, Mr. President?
I don't want to talk about security yet, because I want to get the deal done. You fall into the same trap like everybody else. A million times you say it over and over. I want to get the deal done. Security is so easy. That's about 2% of the problem. I'm not worried about security. I'm worried about getting the deal done. The security is the easy part. Security is very nice. Everybody stopped shooting. And now will Europe put people there? I know France is going to. I know the UK is going to. I know other countries are going to, and they happen to be right next door. We haven't committed, but we could conceivably. We have security in a different form. We'll have workers there digging, taking the raw earth so that we can create a lot of great product in this country. So in that sense, you have something, but we haven't determined that yet. I will say, in speaking to France and in speaking to, and they were here, as you know, last week and just the other day, they have committed to a lot of security. I don't think you're going to need much security. I think once this deal gets done, it's over. Russia's not going to want to go back, and nobody's going to want to go back. When this deal ends, I really believe this deal is going to be over. Question? Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
President, thank you.
Thank you.
Macron and Keir Starmer at the White House this past week, both of whom praised your courage and conviction to lead the pathway towards peace.
Yes.
Part of that involved, though, re-engaging in Russia in diplomatic relations, something that previous leaders lacked the conviction to do so. What gave you the moral courage and conviction to step forward and lead that?
Boy, I love this guy. Who are you with?
One American News, sir.
Well, that's why I like him. One American News does a great job. I like the question. I think it's a very good question. It's a pathway to peace. It's a pathway to getting something solved. And I feel that as the head of this country, I have an obligation to do that. Plus, we're very much involved. We got involved. It's too bad we got involved because there should have been no involvement, because there should have been no war. And there shouldn't have been October 7th. That would have never happened. As you know, Iran was broke. They had no money to give to Hezbollah. They had no money to give to Hamas. They were stone cold broke. And then under Biden, they became rich as hell. They went from no money to $300 billion in a period of 4 years. And they gave a lot of that money away, and you see what happened. And that's a real mess also that we hope to be able to solve. But no, I appreciate your question very much. It's just, I feel I have an obligation to try and do something to stop the death.
If I can answer, yes, if I can answer,
Please,
sorry,
go ahead.
please.
And I do like your clothing, by the way.
Yeah, really?
Even though I think he's a
Yeah,
great guy,
yeah,
by the way.
yeah.
But I don't know if you two like each other, but you know what? I think
No,
he's
no,
dressed, I think he's
why?
dressed
I like
beautifully.
this guy. I don't know
I think
him.
he's dressed beautifully.
So I have more serious things than answer on such
Yes,
questions.
sure, that's a
I will
good-
answer on more serious
a good
questions if I
statement.
can.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, so please, about security guarantees and about just ceasefire. We can't just speak about ceasefire and speak and speak. It will not work. Just ceasefire will never work, because I'm like a president. I have this experience, and not only me. Ukraine before my presidency, from the 2014, Putin broken 25 times. 25 times he broken his own signature. 25 times he broken ceasefire.
But he never broke to me. He never broke to me.
No, you were the president.
He
You
never
were the
broke-
president
he
during.
never broke to me.
In 2016, you've been the president, Mr. President. You've been the president, but he had, of course, not with you, but he had during those periods. He had conversations with our side, and we had Normandy format. The France, Germany, Ukraine, and Russia, and he broken 25 times. That's why we will never accept just ceasefire. It will not work without security guarantees. Security guarantees, maybe President is right about this document and other, but this document is not enough. Strong army is enough, because his soldiers afraid, Putin's soldiers afraid of our soldiers when we're strong enough. If we are not strong enough, if we are empty, if our storage is empty, we can't defend our land. Today, he knows that we have all the world knows that we have meeting. Yes? Why he's using ballistic? Putin today using ballistic on our hospitals, schools, and etc. Ballistic. So he knows that we are here, and that President Trump is really have goodwill to stop this war. And you hear now the president. So why he's using? So he doesn't want to stop. He doesn't want. But I hope that we will do it. Really, we'll do it. Security, when we speak about security guarantees, when the Europeans are ready for contingents, they need USA backstop. If there will not be United States, we will not never have any contingents, strong contingents from the Europeans, because they don't want to divide alliance, connection between the United States as the main and strongest ally and Europeans. And this is crucial, this is important. That's what we want to speak about very much. This is very important. And air defense. So air defense, really, we have big deficit with all these systems, and we need to provide this. We need it very much. Otherwise, Putin will never stop, and will go further and further. He doesn't want. He hates us, It's not about me. He hates Ukrainians. He thinks that we are not a nation. He thinks, and he shared these thoughts, I think maybe with your team also, I don't know. But with all the Europeans, in media, officially and not, he always said that there is no such country, such nation, such language, and such life like Ukrainian. No, he really doesn't respect all the Ukrainians, and he wants to destroy us. And you are right, Mr. President, that's 2%. This document, maybe other documents, It's a very good start, very good, but it will not enough to stop this person.
Should Russia change
Mr. President, may I one more question, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
I asked President
They have to
Zelensky
pay.
this question. You
This
didn't
is
like
the rule.
because-
This is the rule of
because
the war.
I'm
This is
sorry.
the rule of the war. During all the centuries, all the history, this is the rule of the war. Who began, those pay. This is the rule. Putin began this war. He has to pay all money for innovation. He has to pay. Of course, some Russian assets, what we have in Europe, about 300 billions, we can use them. We can use for innovation and buy military support from the United States also. We can do it, but it's not enough. It's
Mr.
not
President, I asked this question that you didn't like because I wanted to know.
Go ahead, please. Wait 1 second.
I asked this question that you didn't like because I wanted to know if you want to position yourself in the middle between Russia and
Yes,
Ukraine, or
I do.
on the Ukraine side.
No, I'm in the middle. I want to solve this thing. I'm for both. I want to get it solved. And it's wonderful to speak badly about somebody else, but I want to get it solved. If we can solve it, great. If we can't solve it, they're going to have to fight it out, and who knows what's going to happen. But I want to see it get solved.
May I follow up? One more question about U.S. troops in Europe. After Russian invasion of Ukraine, your predecessor sent additional troops to Eastern Europe, including Poland, my country.
Yeah.
Are you committed to keeping these troops on the eastern flank of NATO in the future?
I'm very committed to Poland. I think Poland has really stepped up and done a great job for NATO. As you know, they paid more than they had to. They are one of the finest groups of people I've ever known. I'm very committed to Poland.
What about Baltics?
Poland's in a tough neighborhood, you know.
What about the Baltics?
The Baltics, they got a lot of, it's a tough neighborhood too, but we're committed. We're going to be very committed, and we're committed to NATO. But NATO has to step up, and the Europeans have to step up more than they have. And I want to see them equalize, because they are in for far less than we're in, and they should be at least equal. You understand that? Why is the United States, we have an ocean in between, why is the United States in for so much more money and other things as Europe? With that being said, and as you said, they've also been obviously very helpful, but we have put in far more than they have, and I think they should equalize.
Mr. President,
Yeah, please, go ahead.
ask you about the agreement again today. What changed between the first time that Secretary Bessent gave President Zelensky the agreement and today for the signing?
We made a deal. So
What was the
I'm
difference?
just,
Was there a deciding factor? Or was there...
I'm a business person. We made a deal. That's what changed. I didn't think we were going to make a deal, and we ended up making the deal, so that changed. You
Mr.
know?
President, what and how do you envision a trilateral summit with President Zelensky and...
I don't know, but it's, well, they don't like each other, I can tell you that, okay? They do not like each other. This is not a love match, and it's unfortunate. That's why you're in this situation. The United States should not have allowed this to happen, okay? The United States, run by a man that didn't know much, I'm going to be very nice, run by an incompetent person, very incompetent person, should never have allowed this to happen. I've stopped wars. I've stopped many wars. My people will tell you, I stopped wars that nobody ever heard about. I stopped wars before they ever started. You can look at I could give you a lot of nations that would tell you right now they were probably going to war. I could tell you right now there's a nation thinking about going to war on something that nobody in this room has ever even heard about. Two smaller nations, but big, still big. And I think I've stopped it. But this should have never happened.
Mr. President,
About sorry, just a second. About any negotiations. That first of all, I want really to tell you, and I think that everybody understands that Ukraine, more than Ukrainians, nobody wants to stop this war. But at the future, any negotiations, it's understandable that two sides of the war, not Russia and the United States, because this is not the war between Russia and the United States. This is a war of Russia against Ukraine and Ukrainian people. So these two sides will be at the will be at the negotiation table. Then, of course, United States like the strongest partner of the Ukraine. And of course, Europe. I think Europe is very important. I want to speak about it with the president. Yes, Europe is very important for us because we really defend Europe for today. All Europeans really recognize that we are defending line, and they have real life, and our people are dying. That's why they helped us. And also, it's about the NATO. Yes, between, like the president said, you have big, nice ocean. Yes, between us. But if we will not stay, Russia will go further to Baltics and to Poland, by the way. But first to the Baltics. It's understandable for them because they've been in the USSR. You know, they've been one of the republics of the USSR, and Putin wants to bring them back to his empire. It's a fact. And when he will go there, if we will not stay, you will fight. Your American soldiers, it doesn't matter, do you have ocean or not, your soldiers will fight.
Mr. President, would you be willing to visit Ukraine, maybe Kyiv or Odessa, which is known to be a very Euro Black Sea?
It was my question.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I don't want to talk about Odessa now. Let's not talk about Odessa. I want to talk about making a deal, getting peace. We don't have to talk about Odessa, but a lot of cities have been destroyed. There are a lot of cities that are not recognizable. There's not a building standing.
No,
and a lot of things
Mr. President, you have to come and to look. No. We have very good cities. Yes, a lot of things have been destroyed, but mostly cities alive, and people work, and children go to school. Sometimes it's very difficult. Sometimes closer to front line, children have to go to underground schools or online. But we live. Ukraine is fighting, and Ukraine lives. This is very important. And maybe it's Putin is sharing this information that he destroyed us. No, he lost 700,000 people, 700,000 soldiers. He lost everything. Yes. So.
Mr. President, when did you last speak
one more.
with
I mentioned
Mr. President, thank you.
Please,
Mr.
go ahead.
President, when did you last speak with President Putin, and what did he say that
A couple of days ago.
And what did he tell you that gave you the assurance that he wanted peace?
Well, that's what I do. My whole life is deals. I know pretty good. And I've known him for a long time. I've dealt with him for a long time. He had to suffer through the Russia hoax. You know, Russia was a hoax. It was all Biden. It was nothing to do with him. So he had to suffer through that, and he was able to do that. I think that he wants to make a deal, and he'd like to see it end. That's all I do. That's what I do. My whole life, that's what I do is make deals. And I'm in the middle of a mess because this is a real mess. It's a very dangerous one. If this doesn't get solved now, it's not going to get solved for a long time. So I hope we're going to get it solved. In the back, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Prime Minister Starmer claimed repeatedly that his government believes in free speech and was not engaged in censorship. But his country's government arrests people for memes and thought crimes, and even more worrisome is pressuring American companies to censor Americans on its behalf. How can he be?
We have concerns, obviously, with the conduct of those, particularly as it impacts Americans. And there's real concern that American speech, which is online, could fall into the hands of British or any country's jurisdiction. And so this is a point the Vice President made in Munich, and I think it's a very compelling one that unites us with Europe as much as anything else is these shared values, and one of them being free speech. And so if Americans are threatened by it, we're going to need to take action in that regard.
Mr. President.
It's actually a very important question.
We spoke about this in detail with the Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary, and others at lunch yesterday. And I know that Secretary of Commerce Lutnick followed up in private meetings last night. This is really important. We believe Americans have the right to speak their mind, even if we in this room disagree with them. They have the right to speak their mind in the public square, which is often online these days. And we're going to defend that right as it pertains to American companies and American citizens vigorously if we have to. I do think that under the President's leadership, we're going to find common ground with our friends in the UK on this question, but it remains to be seen. The principle that will guide us is we believe in free speech in this country, and we'll fight for it for American citizens.
Mr. President, on the deal, is there any other oil and gas component to the deal? Is it all critical?
A little bit. We'll see.
On LNG?
But we're not really looking for that so much. We got a lot. We have more than anybody in the world, by far. So no, we're not talking about it too much, but a little bit. I think it affects also, but for the most part, no.
And sir, is there any agreement from Ukraine to purchase U.S. LNG as part of the deal, or is that on the table at all?
No,
Mr. President,
we don't need that.
Mr. President, I just wanted to ask you about, you just mentioned that you'd spoken to Vladimir Putin a couple of days ago. Just to be clear, that's a new call, not the one that you were
I've spoken to him on numerous occasions.
Okay. And how was the latest call? And what did you discuss? How did it go?
Are you serious with that question?
I am. I'd love to know.
It went well. I think we're going to have a deal.
On the minerals deal, Mr. President, some of those minerals are in the east of Ukraine, not far from the front lines, and in areas that Russia...
A very good question. Thank you so much.
Will you direct President Putin to withdraw his forces from those areas if there's U.S. interest?
Well, we'll take a look at the time. We have a lot of area. It's a very big area we're talking about. So we'll take a look. I'll study that and I'll see.
And who would protect those minerals if they are U.S. interests? Would that be Ukrainian
They'll be
forces,
protected.
European
The agreement will protect them.
US
The agreement, yeah. We're signing an agreement. You know?
Right, but what if Russia tries to invade or orders Russian aggression in their spots?
I just told you, I don't think that's going to happen. And if that were going to happen, I wouldn't make a deal. If I thought that was going to happen, I wouldn't make a deal.
Some people may wonder why...
You know, they ought to focus on CNN on survival, not asking me these ridiculous questions. Right. Focus on surviving, because CNN's got such low ratings, I don't think they're going to survive. Let's go. Yeah, please, go ahead.
One more. Since I already mentioned Poland. Poland was under Russian control for decades after the Second World War. When I was a kid, I looked at the United States not only as a most powerful country, richest country in the world, the country that has great music, great movies, great muscle cars, but also as a force for good. And now I'm talking with my friends in Poland, and they are worried that you align yourself too much with Putin. What's your message for them?
Well, if I didn't align myself with both of them, you'd never have a deal. You want me to say really terrible things about Putin and then say, "Hi, Vladimir, how are we doing on the deal?" That doesn't work that way. I'm not aligned with Putin. I'm not aligned with anybody. I'm aligned with the United States of America. And for the good of the world, I'm aligned with the world. And I want to get this thing over with. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. It's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous hatred. And I understand that, but I can tell you the other side isn't exactly in love with, him either. So it's not a question of alignment. I'm aligned with the world. I want to get the thing set. I'm aligned with Europe. I want to see if we can get this thing done. You want me to be tough? I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough. But you're never going to get a deal that way. So that's the way it goes. All right, one more question. Yeah, please.
I want to respond to this. So look, for 4 years in the United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden, of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So he occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now the President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact
2015.
2014.
2014 is
Well, 2014.
Yeah. So
I was not here.
Yeah, but
That's exactly right.
Yes, but during 2014 till 2022, the situation the same. The people have been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversation, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him, me, like a new president. In 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire. ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed him with gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken this ceasefire. He killed our people, and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you are not
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the President for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Come once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems? Bringing people into your military?
We have problems.
And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless.
You don't
God
know
bless.
that.
You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because
I'm
you're in no
answering on this
position to
question.
dictate that.
That's
Remember
exactly
this.
what
I'm not
You're
dictating.
in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
You will feel influence.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good
President,
position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having
not
cards.
playing cards.
But right now, you don't.
I'm very
You're playing
serious,
cards.
Mr. President.
You're
I'm
playing
very
cards.
serious.
You're
I'm
gambling
the
with the
president
lives of
anymore.
millions of people.
You think-
You're gambling with World War III.
What are you
You're
thinking
gambling
about?
with
What are you
World
thinking
War
about?
III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country. That's
with
back
all
to
respect to
you.
your
Far
country.
more than a lot of people said
very
they
respect.
should have.
Have you said thank you once?
A lot
entire
of
meeting?
times.
No, in this
Even
entire meeting,
today.
have you said thank you?
Even today.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States
what
of
are you speaking
America
about?
and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war,
He's not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country is in big trouble.
Can I
Wait a
answer?
minute. No,
Can
you've
I
done a lot
answer?
of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not winning.
I know.
You're not winning this.
I
You have a damn good chance of
we are
coming out
staying,
okay because of
Mr.
us.
President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
You haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet,
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
alone.
in this cabinet.
We gave you, through
I
this
said thank
stupid
you.
president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military
president.
equipment,
You
and you
voted
men
for
are
your
brave,
president.
but they had to use our military.
What about we are
If
speaking?
you didn't
You
have our
invited
military
me-
equipment,
you invited
if
me
you
to
didn't
speak.
have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3
okay?
days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days, this is something
Maybe
new.
less.
In 2 weeks, of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this, I tell you.
Just say thank you.
I said a lot of times thank you to American people.
Accept that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on out here. I think it's very important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the
I'm
cards.
thankful.
You're buried there. Your people are dying.
tell you
You're
again,
running low
I
on
know.
soldiers.
Don't-
Listen,
don't please,
you're running
Mr.
low on
President.
soldiers. It would be a damn good thing.
Mr.
And then
President.
then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go and I wanted this. Look. If you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But
But
you're
I
saying you
said-
don't want a ceasefire.
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
with guarantees.
Because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't
it doesn't
with
matter
me.
for you what.
That
what
wasn't
this
with me.
nation- it
That was
wasn't
with
you.
a guy named Biden, who was not a smart person.
But this
That
is
was
your,
with,
this
that was
is
with
your
Obama.
president. It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful, because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
One more question to Mr. Vice President. I'm sorry.
Going to be a tough deal to make, because the attitudes have to change.
What if Russia breaks ceasefire? What if Russia breaks peace talks? What do we do then? I understand that it's a heated conversation right now.
What are you saying?
She's asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it? I don't know. They broke it with Biden, because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama.
Oh, God. Trump is wild. This is a goddamn alpha. I don't care what anybody say. Look, Zelenskyy came. He's definitely emotional. Of course, people are dying in this country. However, he said some things that he shouldn't have said. And I think that Trump just met him at the middle. Like, look, I'm going to have to meet you here because, look, you have to sign this peace deal. People have to stop dying. And look, this is too spicy, y'all. And he said, what if a bomb drops on your head? What if a bomb drops on your head? Trump is just wild. Who would say that?
Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful, because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
One more question to Mr. Vice President. I'm sorry.
Going to be
he said, look, without us, you have 0 cards, okay?
Tough deal to make, because the attitudes have to change.
What if Russia breaks ceasefire? What if Russia breaks peace talks? What do we do then? I understand that it's a heated conversation right now.
What are you saying?
She's asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it? I don't know. They broke it with Biden, because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama.
Oh, God.
They respect me. Let me tell you, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they used him and Russia. You ever hear of that deal? That was a phony Hunter Biden, Joe Biden scam. Hillary Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff. It was a Democrat scam. And he had to go through that. And he did go through it. We didn't end up in a war. And he went through it. He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden.
Some people think that this is bad for Trump. This isn't bad for Trump. This is the typical Trump that everybody knows. This is who he is. This is how he talks. There's no, his anger is showing. This is how he talks in his campaigns, in his press conference. Like, there's nothing new here when it comes to Trump. However, Americans have now heard and seen Zelenskyy with Trump. Okay? So people are making their own decisions. Some people are saying, I don't like the way Trump handled it. Some people are saying, like, Zelenskyy is not grateful. Look at his acting like he's cocky or, nonchalant attitude or whatever. However, this, in my opinion, doesn't look bad on Trump, because this is the typical Trump that we know.
Biden's bathroom. It came out of Hunter Biden's bedroom. It was disgusting. And then they said, the laptop from hell was made by Russia, the 51 agents. The whole thing was a scam. And he had to put up with that. He was being accused of all that stuff. All I can say is this. He might have broken deals with Obama and Bush, and he might have broken them with Biden. He did, maybe. Maybe he didn't. I don't know what happened. But he didn't break them with me. He wants to make a deal. I don't know if you can make a deal. The problem is, I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or...
Oh, God. Bro, it's so funny. He said, I have empowered you to be a tough guy. Okay? You're a tough guy. I get it. You get ammunitions from the United States. I get it. Okay, you're a tough guy. But look, we can't do this. We cannot keep doing this.
or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing. All right, I think
This right here reminds me of, those old school gangster movies like The Casino, Godfather. I'm not gonna lie. Trump is the apex. This man is the apex. He never disappoints. He never disappoints. Okay, I'm glad I voted for Trump. I mean, Jesus, look at the way he handled it. I don't care what anybody say. People will say, "Well, he was emotional. He's the commander in chief." Okay, he has to make sure the United States is secured. His goal is to secure homeland.
Back to special report.
Okay,
Ukrainian
so
president.
I don't think he acted bad or whatever. This is what the American people voted for. At least 77.3 million people voted for this. Anyway, Zelenskyy had a conversations with Brad Baer of Fox News. Let's see what he had to say. Or let's hear what he has to say.
Volodymyr Zelensky. Mr. President, thank you for the time today, especially on this day, to continue to do this interview. President Trump said after your meeting that you disrespected him and the Vice President and all of America in the Oval Office. Do you think you did, and do you think you owe an apology to President Trump?
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you for the invitation for this dialogue, and good evening to all your country, to all Americans. I'm very thankful to Americans for all your support. You did a lot. I'm thankful to President Trump and to Congress bipartisan support. And I was always very thankful from all our people. You helped us a lot from the very beginning during 3 years of full-scale invasion. You helped us to survive. Anyway, we are strategic partners. And even in such tough dialogue, and I think we have to be very honest and we have to be very direct to understand each other, because it's very, for us, very necessary to President Trump, and I'm with all respect that he wants to finish this war, but nobody wants to finish more than we, because we in Ukraine, we are in this war, we are in this battle, and battle for freedom, for our lives.
So make a deal. Make a deal if you want to make sure the war ends. I mean, Jesus.
So I'm just telling that I think that we have to be on the same side, and I hope that the president on our side together with us, and that is very important to stop.
The president ain't on your side. Not after today, Zelensky. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to inform you, he's not going to be on your side after today. On the world stage, you were going back and forth with the leader of the free world. I don't know, Zelensky.
Putin, and I heard from President Trump a lot of times that he will stop the war, and I hope he will, and we need to pressure him with Europe, with all the partners. And I think this dialogue had to be a little bit earlier to understand where we are. Like, I don't remember exactly, but like President Reagan said, that peace is not just an absent the war. Yes, we are speaking about just and lasting peace, about freedom, about justice, about human rights. And that's why I said that I think so, that ceasefire, and Putin, he broken 25 times ceasefire during all these years, 10 years.
So I'm not hearing from you, Mr. President, a thought that you owe the president an apology.
Everybody's saying, well, Trump is so bad, Trump is so this, Trump is so that. Think about this. Russia invaded Ukraine. Ukraine runs to the big brother, United States. Hey, this bad stranger is attacking me. Big brother, United States says, oh, really? Okay. Big brother sends billions of munitions to little brother, Ukraine. And then Big brother says, you know what? I'm tired. we have to solve these issues. Little brother says, look, big brother, you're not on ground here. Okay, you're not here. You don't know what's going on. All right. Big brother says, you know what? We have to make a deal. Little brother says, I don't know if a deal could be made. But little brother wants to keep getting money from big brother to fund the war. Without funds, this war cannot keep going on. Never forget that, everybody listening right now. Without money, there is no war. You need funds to be able to capitalize on your rage, whatever you're trying to do. You need money. You need money to buy munitions. You need money to pay soldiers or whatever. So without money, this cannot keep going. And Zelenskyy needs that money. But Americans didn't vote for this.
No, I respect President and I respect American people. And if, I don't know, if I think that we have to be very open and very honest. And I'm not sure that we did something bad. I think maybe sometimes some things we have to discuss out of media, with all respect to democracy and to a free media. But there are things that,
in my opinion, the fact that Zelenskyy was in the White House and he said there's a big, beautiful ocean, separating Europe from the United States. However, we will feel it. There would come a time where we would feel some, I don't know, to me it sounded like a threat. Okay, you're gonna feel it. Hopefully, by God's grace, I hope you don't feel like, why would he say stuff like that? He's basically wishing the country helping him out. That literally, that's what I'd say. That's what I heard. He's saying that hopefully we don't feel it. But this is a country helping you out. And you're sort of kind of like saying, you know what, we know there's a big ocean, but
where we have to understand the position of Ukraine and Ukrainians. And I think that is the most important thing. Yes, we are partners. We are very close partners. We have to be fair. We have to be very free.
I'm told that you were told multiple times from lawmakers on Capitol Hill and the White House to make today about the minerals deal and the economic deal, and then get it signed and let negotiations play out over security guarantees step by step. Is that true?
I said that we have to sign this document, and we are ready for this. And this will be the first step to security guarantees, but it's not enough. I think so. Maybe I don't know something. I don't know some details. That's why I wanted to share it with the president, my thoughts, and to hear him again, because he has a plan how to stop Putin. And maybe, as I said, maybe it's out of big conversations, but we have to share it. This is so sensitive. Just a ceasefire without security guarantees. This is so sensitive for our people. I'm speaking like a president of a people who are in this struggle 3 years, and they just want to hear that America on our side, and that America will stay with us, not with Russians, with us. That's it. But I'm sure that it will be. This is the first step to security guarantees. Europeans, we don't need to lose them. They are good allies for the United States. The United States is the most or the biggest donator of support and of peace. But we don't need to lose Europe. And they also want to know next steps. We have to be very open to understand how to stop the war.
Right. But do you think the public spat in the Oval Office in front of the media served Ukrainians well today?
I think this kind of spat is this is not good for both sides anyway. And I very open, but I can't change our Ukrainian attitude to Russia, and I don't want they kill us for us. This is very, very clear that Americans are the best of our friends, Europeans are the best of our friends, and Putin with Russian they are enemies. And it doesn't mean that we don't want peace. We just want to recognize the reality, the real situation.
President Trump is convinced that you will never sign a deal with Vladimir Putin. Is he right?
No, I think so. What I think, Ukraine wants peace, and we will have anyway diplomacy. We will have negotiations. I only said that I think so. It's about just and lasting peace. It means that we have to be very strong at the table of negotiations, and at these negotiations, Ukraine and Russia, like sides of this war, have to be, and the United States and Europe. That's what I said. So we are ready for peace, but we have to be in strong position. What does it mean? Just to know that our army is strong, that our partners with us, and that we have security guarantees. Am I not right?
Leaving the White House today, President Trump said this.
He's looking to go on and fight. He wants to come back right now, but I can't do that.
What do you make of that? Do you want to continue fighting? Do you want peace? And if he had the opportunity to go back to the White House right now, would you do it?
No. First of all, we want peace. That's why I'm in the United States. That's why I visited President Trump. And thanks for the invitation again. The deal on minerals is the first step to security guarantees. It's meant for the peace, closer to peace. That's why I'm here. And we have tough situation. To understand it is to be in Ukraine. You saw it, Brad. You was once. Thank you again. So I think that's very important to understand what's going on. But I respect my soldiers and our people, our civilians who work and support our warriors. I can't say just stop. Nobody will stop because everybody afraid that Putin will come back tomorrow. We want just and lasting peace. It's true. We want security guarantees. We raise this topic about NATO the quickest way, but not all the countries are on this side. I said, okay, if not NATO, nobody is pushing. If not NATO, let's build NATO in Ukraine. That's my position. Europeans are ready to have contingents on our territory, boots on the ground. United States thinks maybe to help, maybe USA backstop, have to be just to guarantee that they are with Europeans. Look at Europe, it's strong, it became stronger, but they also want to have allies like the United States. That's what I said. I just want to understand what the peace. It's not my question, Brad. This is the question from all our people.
You mentioned when I traveled to the front lines with you last year to see the situation, to mark the anniversary of the war, and this is what you told me back then.
Will Ukrainians survive without Congress support? Of course, but not all of us. It will be tragedy for all of us, not only for Ukraine, not only for Ukrainians, for all Europe. Yeah.
So the question today is, can Ukraine win this war or hold off Russia without continued U.S. support?
It will be difficult for us. That's why I'm here. That's why we speak about the future negotiations. It will be difficult without your support, but we can't lose our values, our people. We can't lose our freedom. So a lot of people, Russians came to our territory, you know it. Russians came to our houses, and everybody saw it, video, images, a lot of things. They killed so many people. Just to forget it, just to say that Putin is a great guy? No, without us. We don't want it. That's why we speak about, everybody remembered how it was the first days of the war, how they came. Nobody wants in Ukraine, yes, of course, nobody will forget it, but nobody wants to have, again, new wave of occupation. That's why when we say, no NATO, what security guarantees can we have? I'm not pushing, we are not pressuring, we're just asking, we're just sharing very clear messages to our friends, to Americans.
Right.
If you stay with us, thank you so much, but let's do the infrastructure of security guarantees. Let's just share with our people, that America stay with us. That's great. We count on it, but just to share it and to say it, that's all.
How does the war end? How do you get to a deal? You're at a place right now where there is no deal. How do you get it back on track?
I think that Europe is ready for contingents and to help us with financing of big army, such big as we have now. This is our army is the part of security guarantees. Now we want to find the place for our biggest strategic partner, for the United States, or United States will propose where and how United States will give us security guarantees, what kind of and what part of volume of security guarantees. And when we will be ready with this, we will come to diplomacy. To diplomacy, yes, with Russians, Europeans, United States, and we. Four of us, I think this is real way, because with weapon, it's too long, it's not enough. We don't have enough weapon to push them out, and we don't see now, for now, we don't see really big volume of new support from the United States, but with all respect again. So for today, we'll be ready with security guarantee. Really, when I say NATO, it's not about that we are focusing on this word. It's about very understandable infrastructure of security guarantees. And you see that no NATO countries, for today, no NATO countries been under attacks.
Senator Lindsey Graham, Republican from South Carolina, he has been a big proponent of you and of Ukraine, said this today after the meeting.
I have never been more proud of the president. I was very proud of J.D. Vance, standing up for our country. We want to be helpful. What I saw in the Oval Office was disrespectful, and I don't know if we can ever do business with Zelenskyy again. He either needs to resign and send somebody over that we can do business with, or he needs to change.
So he says you need to consider resigning. Is that on the table?
I don't know if he will be happy after my words. This decision can do only people of Ukraine.
You're not going to step down to do a peace deal.
No, I was always ready. I'm not sure that is a good idea for this such proposals. But anyway, I always said if United States will support NATO, so I think that it's enough for Ukraine. So I think I did all I had to do. And if somebody is not happy with me, okay. But between us, yes, Americans vote for American president. Each European country vote for their president, and only Ukrainian. With all respect to Lindsey, if I can say Lindsey, we know each other, yes, and only Ukrainians.
Democrats
vote
have had
for their president.
Democrats have had the opposite reaction to the Oval Office meeting. Democratic Senator Chris Murphy from Connecticut posted this: "What just happened in the Oval Office was a planned ambush designed to help a brutal Russian dictator and hurt America's security. Trump has become Putin's lapdog, and America's global power is hemorrhaging as America sides with dictators over democracy. What an embarrassment." Do you think the confrontation in the Oval Office today was pre-planned, like Senator Murphy suggests?
I don't know.
You don't know? You think maybe?
I don't know. No. I don't. I don't know about it. I think no. I think it was just a really tough situation because we've been very open, very direct.
What set you off? What made you mad? Because they said your tenor and tone.
It's not about mad. It's not, Brad. You see, how to say, when you are in the United States, and for example, president or vice president or somebody or senators, it doesn't matter, big politicians, yes, when they, for example, say that Ukraine is almost destroyed, that our soldiers run away, that they are not heroes, that Ukraine lost millions of civilians, that his president is dictator, you know? What is the reaction? It's not about me. The reaction is that where is our friendship between Ukraine and the United States? That's it. This is feeling. And that's why I do not want to lose our great partners at the United States. And I just said that it's not the first time. I said it by phone, and we had some other conversations, and we had in Munich meetings, and I said, please, be correct. Just, I want to be very polite. I mean this, be correct with this number. When you say about the number, each person is important. When you say about 1 million of losses, we don't have any million of losses. Just when you speak about the territories, maybe some territories and etc., it's not just territory, it's houses. It's people's lives, you know, their fathers, mother, their relatives, grandfather, they died or this, I mean this, during this war. Nobody wants to forgive Putin. It's not funny, you know, or fairy tale. This is real life. That's what I said. And when you said it, a lot of times to my big friends who've been here today in our dialogue, and then they again begin to repeat the same things, I think it's not, I mean this, that's why I said it's not good way between partners, good partners and friends. That's it. And I think that if journalists asking questions to president, with all respect to vice president, I mean this, he has his interview.
Mr.
This is
our dialogue. Shouldn't this dynamic, if you're going to be like this, be behind closed doors, not?
Of course. And
so do you regret that? Are you regretting that that happened today?
Regretting? Yes, I think it was not good. I think it was not good because we had a lot of different dialogues. I'm always open to media, but there are very sensitive things. I just want to be honest, and I just want our partners to understand the situation correctly. And I want to understand everything correctly. That's about us. Not to lose our friendship.
A couple more things. What are the next steps in your mind? Here we are today. What are the next steps?
I think so. I think so. United States wanted this deal very much, and we've been not against this deal, but we wanted to understand what part in security guarantees will take this deal and what next steps. Just again to understand for our people. During the war, what you don't like, even sometimes hate, surprises. It's understandable. Many terrible things this war brought to us. So we don't want any surprises. Yes, that's why we want to be very fair with our partners. And I think this deal, it was prepared by teams. It was not simple during weeks. And now it's ready. I think that they have to sign. The countries have to sign. The ministers have to sign. That's it. I don't know when they will do it. It depends on the American side.
So the minerals deal did not have security guarantees listed in it.
It's a part.
The security guarantees?
This is the part in the infrastructure of security guarantees. Because, for example, President Trump shared that. I think so that if we will be there in some productions and etc. in minerals, that Putin will never come on this territory where we are. And I said to him, don't trust Putin. Why? I said, because it's not, I mean this, we respect and we believe in strongness of the United States, but I said to him that we had more than 20 companies, American companies, big companies on the territory of Ukraine. And we had offices, even on temporary occupied territories. For Putin, it doesn't matter. It's American or European company or Ukraine, it doesn't matter. He just came and occupied it. That's what I said. I think this is a great idea, how to strengthen Ukraine and how to make business between two countries, how to make additional jobs for two countries. But it's not just these will not save us.
I read what the Democratic senator said, that Trump has become Putin's lapdog. Do you agree with that President Trump is too close to Vladimir Putin in your mind?
We spoke about it, and I think today very openly President Trump, he said that I want to be in the middle, otherwise I will not put these guys at the table.
And is he right?
I want to be very honest, I want really him to be more at our side. I will explain why. Because it's not just that the war began somewhere between our countries. The war began when Russia brought this war to our country, and they're not right. And they are not right. They didn't respect our territorial integrity. They brought the war on our territory to our families. Sorry for repeating, to our houses. And they're not right. And of course, all the Ukrainians want to hear strong position of the United States on our side. from one side, it's understandable. From another side, he wants to find some way of dialogue with Putin. But he always said, as I remember, he always said that peace through strength. And that's why I think that he's strong, United States strong, two parties together in this question, two parties always together against Russia. You're very strong to do strong steps against Putin.
Americans are worried about where the money has gone.
Yeah.
Will there be a very rigorous accounting of where the money has gone? It seems like there is some question about whether there's corruption or sold military equipment.
No, it can't be so. 100 billions we've got during 3 years.
183 from the U.S.
Yeah. Now, on the paper, in the documents, yes. But we have, in fact, because 67 came like a weapon. It came through the border. It's checked and it's fixed by everybody, and we shared it not once with the American side. And 31.5, it was direct financial support to the budget. Again, it's very open. It's digitalized. It's open, free, and please, if somebody wants to check it again, we are very, very open with this.
Last thing, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Do you think your relationship with Donald Trump, President Trump, after today, can be salvaged?
Can be? Yes, of course, because it's relations more than two presidents. It's the historical relations, strong relations between our people. And that's why I always began with to thank your people, from our people. And this is the most important. And of course, thankful to President and of course to Congress, but first of all to your people. Your people helped to save our people. People, the first. Human rights, the first. This is very, very important. And we are thankful. And sorry for this. I mean, we wanted very much to have only strong relations, and I very count that we will have it.
Mr. President, we're honored that you kept this interview. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Let's bring in.
You could tell from the way Volodymyr Zelenskyy is talking. He's so emotional. Can we have peace? It's like, can we just have peace reign in this world? Too sad, man.
I do, because you guys don't see. You guys only
All right, so
saw
Marco Rubio was not happy. So he had a lot to say.
You saw what happened today. You don't see all the things that led up to this. So let me explain. The president's been very clear. He campaigned on this. He thinks this war should have never started. He believes, and I agree, that had he been president, it never would have happened. Now here we are. He's trying to bring an end to this conflict. We've explained very clearly what our plan is here, which is we want to get the Russians to a negotiating table. We want to explore whether peace is possible. They understand this. They also understand that this agreement that was supposed to be signed today was supposed to be an agreement that binds America economically to Ukraine, which to me, as I've explained, and I think the president alluded to today, is a security guarantee in its own way, because we're involved. It's now us. It's our interests. That was all explained. That was all understood. And nonetheless, for the last 10 days, in every engagement we've had with the Ukrainians, there's been complications in getting that point across, including the public statements that President Zelenskyy has made. But they insisted on coming to D.C. This agreement could have been signed 5 days ago, but they insisted on coming to Washington, and there was and should have been a very clear understanding. Don't come here and create a such scenario where you're going to start lecturing us about how diplomacy isn't going to work. President Zelenskyy took it in that direction, and it ended in a predictable outcome as a result. It's unfortunate. That wasn't supposed to be this way, but that's the path he chose. And I think, frankly, sends his country backwards in regards to achieving peace, which is what President Trump wants at the end of the day, is for this war to end. He's been as consistent as anyone can be about what his objective is here.
But what specifically do you want to see President Zelenskyy apologize for?
Well, apologize for turning this thing into the fiasco for him that it became. There was no need for him to go in there and become antagonistic. Look, this thing went off the rails. You were there, I believe. It went off the rails when he said, let me ask you a question to the vice president. What kind of diplomacy are you talking about? Well, this is a serious thing. I mean, thousands of people have been killed, thousands. And he talks about all these horrible things that have happened to prisoners of war and children, all true, all bad. This is what we're dealing with here. It needs to come to an end. We are trying to bring it to an end. The way you bring it to an end is you get Russia to the table to talk. And he understands that attacking Putin, no matter how anyone may feel about him personally, forcing the president into a position where you're trying to goad him into attacking Putin, calling him names, maximalist demands about Russia having to pay for the reconstruction, all the sorts of things that you talk about in a negotiation. Well, when you start talking about that aggressively, and the president's a deal maker, he's made deals his entire life, you're not going to get people to the table. And so you start to perceive that maybe Zelenskyy doesn't want a peace deal. He says he does, but maybe he doesn't. And that active, open undermining of efforts to bring about peace is deeply frustrating for everyone who's been involved in communications with them leading up to today. And I think he should apologize for wasting our time for a meeting that was going to end the way it did.
Yeah, because, I mean, flying from Ukraine to the United States to have all of this not work out, that's not even fair.
Have said previously that Putin cannot be trusted in negotiations. That was the point that President Zelenskyy was ultimately making during that conversation, is that there cannot be an agreement without security guarantees, because he was talking about all the ceasefire agreements before, or agreements that Putin has just blown past. I mean, do you still feel that way, that Putin cannot be trusted in these negotiations?
Well, I was there yesterday when the president said in front of the media that our approach is going to be trust but verify. President Trump's made deals his entire life. He's not going to get suckered into some deal that's not a real deal. We all understand this. We understand it on our end for certain. And so the goal here is to get to a place we have to explore whether peace is possible. I've said this repeatedly. I don't know. I think it is, based on what they've said so far, but we have to explore that. How else is this war going to end? I ask people, what is the European plan to end this war? I can tell you what one foreign minister told me, and I'm not going to say who it was, but I can tell you what one of them told me, and that is that the war goes on for another year, and at that point, Russia will feel so weakened that they'll beg for a peace. That's another year of killing, another year of dying, another year of destruction, and by the way, not a very realistic plan in my point of view. So if there's a chance of peace, even if it's a 1% chance, that needs to be explored, and that's what President Trump is trying to do here.
President Trump said just when he was leaving the White House after that meeting that he doesn't think President Zelenskyy wants peace. But isn't that why the Ukrainian leader was in the Oval Office for that meeting today?
Well, he was in the Oval Office to sign a minerals rights deal. That's what he was in the Oval Office to sign today. But again, when you have comments that deliberately appear to be after having discussed this repeatedly, deliberately appear to be geared towards making the argument that peace is not possible. You know, again, he turns to the vice president. What kind of diplomacy are you talking about? Almost as if to say, these people, you can't deal with them. You can't have any negotiations with Putin because he can't be trusted, and you're just wasting your time on negotiations. Well, he's basically undermining everything the president has told him he's trying to do. Look, there's no need for that. You start to suspect, does he really want an end to this war? Does he just think that, we have to do whatever he says and give him anything he wants without any end game? That was the Biden strategy. We were funding a stalemate. We were funding a meat grinder. And unfortunately, for the Ukrainians, the Russians have more meat to grind, and they don't care about human life. We've seen it, human waves, the North Koreans, etc. And so this is a very complex thing. It's very delicate. It's very costly. It's very bloody. It needs to be brought to an end, but it isn't going to be brought to an end with public pronouncements and maximalist demands in the public, but in real diplomacy. The vice president was right.
When you say they don't care about life, are you talking about the Russians or the Ukrainians?
Well, the Russians, they're conscripting by the hundreds of thousands. They brought in North Korean troops that were slaughtered in Kursk, and they keep going because they got more people. That's the other fact. Look, and it's, again, we go back to the same point. I'm not going to fall into this trap of the who's bad and who's evil. People can make those conclusions. People have seen how this narrative has played out and where we are today and how this all started and so forth. The point now is it has to end. And the way it ends is you get people to a negotiating table, and the president, who's the ultimate deal maker, knows you don't get people to a negotiating table when you're calling them names and you're accusing them of things, because at the end of the day, this is not a political campaign. Okay, this is high-stakes international diplomacy and an effort to bring about an end to a very, very dangerous war.
But you yourself, sir, have said before that you believe Putin is a war criminal, that is a widely accepted fact. You've called him a butcher.
Yeah, he is.
And you've said that as a Secretary of State, you do believe it's important for someone with such global influence as you have to speak with that kind of moral clarity.
Yeah, and at this moment, as Secretary of State, my job working for the president is to deliver peace, to end this conflict and end this war. Ultimately, that is the job of the State Department. The State Department doesn't fight wars, it ends them. It tries to end them. And that's usually, by the way, celebrated. I mean, throughout history, I've watched presidents that bring about an end to wars and conflicts, and people celebrate that. They applaud it. I think we should be very proud and happy that we have a president whose prime objective is not to get into wars, but to prevent wars and to get out of wars. That is a very noble, laudable goal. Everyone should be applauding it, and he should be given the space to do that, not undermined by demands that he call Putin names or that we say things that impede the ability to conduct real diplomacy, as the vice president said today.
To follow up on what you just said a moment ago, are you saying that you have doubts that President Zelenskyy wants this war to come to an end?
What I have doubts about is whether he's willing to say and do the things that we need in order to get a negotiation. Again, you guys, this has been going on for 10 days. And, you know, to see things in the press saying we're not coordinating with the Ukrainians, that's absolutely false. Over the last 10 days, the Ukrainians have met with the Secretary of Commerce, the Secretary of State, the Vice President of the United States, had a phone call with President Trump, and he was in the Oval Office today. I've talked to the Foreign Minister of Ukraine 3 times in the last 10 days. The argument that we're not engaging, but yet you keep reading these press accounts about, oh, well, they're leaving us out, we're not involved, we're not engaged. None of these things are true, and it continues. So all that led up to today in a deep sense of frustration. And my hope is that this all can be reset and maturity can kick in and some pragmatism, because this war tonight, people will die in Ukraine. Tonight, people will die in this conflict. We're trying to bring an end to this conflict, which is unsustainable. It's an unsustainable, bloody war that has to come to an end. And right now, the only leader in the world that can even have a chance of bringing about an end to this is named President Donald Trump. And we need to give him the opportunity to try and do that. And when you see efforts to impede it, when you tell someone, don't say, let's not talk about these things, let's not go in this direction, because it makes it harder for us to engage, and they insist on doing it anyways.
Take a look at Caitlyn's face, okay? She was blinking like 100 times per second. Here, this is when you know Marco Rubio. Everybody knows he's a skillful communicator, but I want you to just watch Caitlyn's eyes, okay? Marco just straight to the point.
We need to give him the opportunity to try and do that. And when you see efforts to impede it, when you tell someone, don't say, let's not talk about these things, let's not go in this direction, because it makes it harder for us to engage, and they insist on doing it anyways, you start to wonder. I don't like to impugn people's motives, but you start to wonder what's behind it. So look, again, let's hope that this can be salvaged, but I'm not sure after today.
You don't believe that you're not sure that this can be salvaged? I mean, can this relationship between Zelenskyy and Trump be repaired in your view?
Of course.
I think anything is possible, but it has to go back to the point that President Trump is interested in being involved in this for the purposes of bringing about an enduring and lasting peace. That's what he wants to achieve. And I think if I'm a country, okay, that's involved in a war with a bigger country, who's losing thousands of people, who's had 3 million people leave my country because they can't be there, who is facing these challenges, I would be thanking a president who's trying to help bring about an end to this war. I would be thanking him, and I would be supportive of what he's trying to do, at least in my public pronouncements and in my public posture. And we didn't see that today, and we haven't seen that for the last few days. Now, will that change? I hope so. It should, for the purposes of global peace and stability in Europe and around the world.
Do you think you can make the argument that he hasn't said thank you?
Well, I think the vice president said he hadn't said it today. He hadn't heard it today in that meeting. And we were hoping that meeting would begin by thank you for everything you've done for us. We wouldn't be where we are today without you. We wouldn't even have a chance to negotiate a peace without the help you gave us. By the way, without the help you gave us when you were president in the first term, because President Obama refused to provide them defensive capabilities in terms of military hardware. He did provide him blankets.
Yeah, and that was brought up today during that meeting.
And it was brought up, but I was there. In fact, I vividly recall at the time Vice President Biden saying to me in a meeting that we had at the Vice President's residence that the reason why we didn't want to provide them those weapons is because they might use them. That was his exact quote. And that was the attitude. I remember clearly then the Ukrainian leaders saying, we don't need more blankets or MREs. We need weapons to defend ourselves. And they didn't do it. President Trump did. He provided them weaponry, some of it, much of it, which was used at the beginning of this war. And without those weapons being in their stocks, this war could have been over very quickly, 2, 3, 4 days. Another pot shot that Zelenskyy took today, when the president pointed that out, you know what Zelenskyy said? He said, yeah, we've heard that from the Russians. That's not a Russian narrative. That was the official position, okay, of the United States. I vividly recall being briefed by leaders in the Biden administration telling us that this war was going to be over in 5 to 6 days. They believed that. That was their assessment at the time. And it wasn't the case because of the weapons that Ukraine had in its stocks because of President Trump in his first term. So he should have been grateful for that and grateful for what we're doing now. And one more point. It's not just President Trump. There's news reports out there from NBC News, at least is one of the places I recall, reporting that Biden had a shouting match with Zelenskyy for not being grateful and not being thankful for everything that was provided back in 2022. Now, that didn't happen in front of the press. That was leaked, but it got out there. These frustrations are not unique to President Trump. There was those frustrations in the previous administration, if NBC News is to be believed.
Right. But obviously we've never seen anything like what we saw today. But the point that Zelenskyy was making there is that everyone predicted his demise, and Ukraine was able to fight and to survive. Zelenskyy was able to survive. The Ukrainian people have been fighting for 3 years. You yourself have said previously that the United States should assist Ukraine as long as the Ukrainians are willing to fight. So I think the question coming out of that meeting is what happens next year? I mean, you are the U.S. chief diplomat. Is there a path for diplomacy? Is a ceasefire still a possibility tonight?
Well, number one, you know who else said that Ukraine is very brave and very valiant? President Trump. He said it today. He said it repeatedly. Your soldiers have been very brave. Your fighters have been very brave. Your people have been very brave. He said that repeatedly. And everyone recognizes that. But we're 3 years into a war that has no end in sight and no exit strategy. The EU doesn't have an exit strategy. I saw the comments tonight from the leader of the EU saying there needs a new leader of the free world. I mean, these people are just playing silly games and saying these things. What is their exit strategy? What is anybody else's exit strategy? The only person on the planet who is actively trying to bring an end to this conflict is named Donald Trump, the President of the United States. He's the only one that's trying to do it. And we should be helping him to achieve it. And so do I think it's possible? Yeah, I hope it's possible, because that's what we do try to do at the Department of State, is we try to bring end to conflicts, not start new ones, and certainly not extend them.
Senator Lindsey Graham, after having lunch with President Trump today, said Zelenskyy either needs to resign or they need to send someone over that we can do business with. Do you feel that President Zelenskyy needs to resign?
Nope. Well, that's Lindsey's feeling, because he feels very passionately. You know, he's been a very strong supporter of Ukraine. Lindsey Graham has been one of the strongest voices for Ukraine. Well, the United States, the president's taken no position on that. What he said today is let him come back when he's ready to do peace. That's what he said. Let him come back when he's ready to do peace. So I can't speak for what anybody else said. I can only go off the words from the president of the United States, and that is today this is not going to be productive any further. When Zelensky's ready to make peace and he's serious about peace, let him come back then. And that's when we'll re-engage with them. And what he means by that is when he understands. And how will you measure that? Well, I think it's everything I've said already. And that is, how are you going to get Vladimir Putin and the Russian Federation to a table to discuss even the opportunity, even to explore whether there's an opportunity for peace? You're not going to do it by calling them names. It makes everybody feel very good. You can pass resolutions. You can put out very strongly worded statements. Senators can do it. I did when I was in the Senate. House members can do it. Commentators can do it. And countries that have no real skin in the game can do it. But when you are the president of the United States of America and you're trying to bring about peace the way Donald Trump is trying to bring about peace, the only way to do it is you have to create space for people to come to the table and talk. And that is something we should all be applauding, not criticizing. And not pretending that we can just extend this war forever until and that everybody has unlimited resources to continue to fund it on both sides, by the way.
And President Zelenskyy has said he does want this war to end. He just cares about how it ends. We heard that from the other European leaders who came to the Oval Office also this week. President Trump said to me today, before that shouting match erupted in the Oval Office, that he doesn't believe there have to be security guarantees in place before the ceasefire, that you can come to a ceasefire agreement and then put those in place. Do you agree with that?
That's not what he said. What he said is, why am I going to be talking about security guarantees? Let me get a peace deal first, is what he said.
This is why I respect Marco Rubio. You can never get away with anything because he's sharp.
Said that doesn't mean they can't happen as part of that negotiation, but you have to have an agreement. What peace is there to secure if you first don't have an agreement on peace? Like what do the Russians need in order to end this conflict? What
so you're saying it would happen as part of the negotiations?
Well, again, how do you end a war? You have to find out what the combatants require in order to stop shooting at each other. What are the Russians' needs? What do they need to see in order for them to stop fighting? What do the Ukrainians need in order to stop fighting? And then once you have that in place, then you can decide the next step, which is, and what do we need to do to make sure this never happens again, that it doesn't happen in 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. I don't think President Trump is interested in a one-year ceasefire. I don't think he's interested in a 6-month ceasefire. He wants this thing to end. He has said that repeatedly. But again, he's not going to use the kind of language that maybe plays well in the public sphere or in the political sphere for people that want to take shots at him, but it's not going to allow us to have a negotiation or even to explore a potential negotiation. President Donald Trump is a man who's made deals his entire life in the business, and he's bringing those principles to government, and he's the only one in the world that has any chance. If Donald Trump tomorrow decides, I don't care about Ukraine, I don't care about Russia, and I don't care about this war, and he walks away, I ask you, I ask everyone, well, who on this planet has any chance whatsoever, even a 1% chance, of getting the combatants to the table?
Mic drop. Mic drop, ladies and gentlemen. That right there is mic drop. If Trump says today, you know what? I don't care about Russia, Ukraine, whatever the hell it is. Let them do what they want to do with themselves. Who is going to stand up for Ukraine? That's the facts. That is the truth. Who will stand up for Ukraine? Because everybody's talking about Trump is such a bad person. He's here trying to be a diplomat. Who's going to do it? Nobody else is trying to stop the war.
The answer is there is no one. He is the only one on earth right now that has any chance. If there is a chance of peace.
Marco Rubio says the answer is there is no one. Okay, there is nobody. Who?
And I don't care about this war, and he walks away. I ask you, I ask everyone, well, who on this planet has any chance whatsoever, even a 1% chance, of getting the combatants to the table? The answer is there is no one. He is the only one on earth right now that has any chance. If there is a chance of peace, he's the only one that has a chance to deliver on it.
Do you still see a meeting happening with President Putin there, President Zelenskyy, and President Trump? Is that still possible?
Well, I think that's premature. I mean, what would they? You first need to make sure that this is even a possibility, and you have to explore it. And look, there's good signs, I think, maybe, somewhat about at least the Russians' willingness to engage. And but we have to explore all that. But that's not going to be done in front of cameras. It's not going to be done in an open ballroom. There's a lot of work to be done before we get to this point. This is a complex war that has causes behind it that go back a number of years. There's a lot to navigate. A lot has been invested on both sides. Gains have been made by the Russian Federation in some places. All of these things have to be worked through, but it's not going to be done through press conferences and in the media. It has to be done through what the vice president said today, the serious work of diplomacy. It's a lot easier to just say, well, we're with Ukraine all the way, no matter what, however long it takes. Well, 15 years, 12 years? I mean, that's absurd. That's not sustainable, and everybody knows it. The president wants to end this war. He wants to explore whether there's a possibility to do it and do it quickly. He campaigned on it. It was a promise of his, and he intends to when he says these things, he doesn't just say them, he means them, and he's doing it. And it's the first time we've seen that in a long time in American politics.
The fact that we can hear the Secretary of State be this articulate, sharp, smart, coming out to the American people and letting them know, you know what, we're trying to make a deal, but it didn't go through. Hopefully it goes through next time. This is what I voted for. Okay. All right, of course, President Trump had something to say after the clash with Zelenskyy. Check the OG out. OG. OG. I don't know where he gets his strength from, but this man is something. Okay, here we go.
So thank you very much. So I just want to say we're going down to Florida. We have a big event tomorrow night, a big MAGA event, Make America Great Again. And it's setting records, and otherwise I'd rather be right now at the White House. But we're doing the big event tomorrow night. We had some big news this week, as you know, because Apple is investing $500 billion. Think of that. And that's going to be a lot. It's going to be a tremendous investment. I guess the biggest investment anybody's ever made in the country at one time. But they're going to be investing a lot of money, $500 billion. We have many other companies that just announced they're coming in. A lot of it's because of how we're doing. We've done a great turnaround in a little more than 30 days, but the country's really doing well. Really doing well. We're respected again all over the world. If you look, we had the Japanese Prime Minister. We had the Prime Minister yesterday of UK, as you know. We had the Prime Minister of India. We have another 20 Prime Ministers and Presidents wanting to come. And very good feeling. I think our country has really turned around. We had a meeting today, as you know, with President Zelenskyy, and I would say it didn't work out exactly great from his standpoint. I think he very much overplayed his hand. We're looking for peace. We're not looking for somebody that's going to sign up a strong power and then not make peace because they feel emboldened, and that's what I saw happening. I'm looking for peace. We're not looking to go into a 10-year war and play games. We want peace. And it was just my impression that if we do that, if we sign up, he's looking for something that I'm not looking for. He's looking to go on and fight. We're looking to end the death. 2,000 people died this week. Soldiers, more than that, but 2,000 approximately people died this week. Young Ukrainians and Russians. And somebody would say, why do you care about Ukraine and Russian soldiers? I care about them. I care about everybody. And we're not doing that. Now, if we don't do anything, he's going to have to make peace, but he's dealing with a very weak set of cards. If we sign, he's dealing with a very strong set of cards, and then he doesn't want to make peace. So that's where we are. It's very simple. I'm not looking to get into anything protracted. I want immediate peace. President Putin is going to want to make, and he wants to end it. And you saw what I saw today. This is a man that wants to get us signed up and keep fighting, and we're not doing that. Not for this country. So we're setting a lot of records. Economically, we're setting records, and I think every way we're setting records. One of the best is the right track, wrong track. You saw that. We're on the right track for the first time in over 27 years. People are impressed with that. The other thing is the feeling about our country. The feeling is great. It's up 48% on feeling on business. And that's the record we've never had. There's never been a record where we've ever gone up that much in such a short period of time. So we're doing really well. And I guess some of you are coming with us, and if you are, I hope you're going to have a good flight. What? He's got to say, I want to make peace. He doesn't have to stand there and say about Putin this, Putin that, all negative things. He's got to say, I want to make peace. I don't want to fight a war any longer. His people are dying. He doesn't have the cards, just so you understand it, okay? I can tell you.
Did you tell Zelensky to leave the White House?
I don't have to tell you that. Go ahead. I think you know the answer to it. What? Wait. Look, I don't trust or distrust anybody. I just want to get a deal done. And if the deal happens, good. But you can't embolden somebody that does not have the cards, and all of a sudden that person says, oh, well, now I can keep fighting. We're not going to keep fighting. We're going to get the war done or let them go and see what happens. Let them fight it out. I want anybody that's going to make peace. If he's capable of making peace, which he may or may not be, but I want somebody that's going to make peace. Again, he doesn't have the cards. When we sign up, he's got all of the cards. That doesn't mean he can fight. He's got to stop the fighting, stop the death. He's losing hundreds of thousands of soldiers. It's time to stop the death. Say it?
You heard.
Well, he says he wants it now. He wants to come back right now, but I can't do that. They should have an immediate ceasefire. That was the other thing he didn't want to do about ceasefire. A ceasefire could take place immediately. A contract, if you want to end the war, you sign up an agreement. That's going to take a period of time. It takes time. I want it to end immediately. And I think if you had a ceasefire, it would be a ceasefire, a real one, that would end it. But he doesn't want to do that. That's fine. Do a better deal. I want it to end immediately. I want a ceasefire now. He says, oh, I don't want a ceasefire. Well, all of a sudden, he's a big shot because he has the U.S. on his side. Either we're going to end it or let him fight it out. And if he fights it out, it's not going to be pretty. Because without us, he doesn't win. Let me tell you. It doesn't matter what I'm considering. I'm just telling you. You saw what I saw today. That was not a man that wanted to make peace. And I'm only interested if he wants to end the bloodshed. Thank you very much.
This right here is what I voted for. Keep the American taxpayers in America. Okay, this is what I voted for. I mean, you think you can get billions?
CNN's Caitlyn Collins was in the Oval Office for this meeting. Caitlyn, it's hard to imagine a scenario in which this could have gone worse. This seems to be a dream come true for Vladimir Putin.
Well, it's not an overstatement for sure to say that it is one of the most astonishing moments that we have ever seen happen inside the Oval Office, between these world leaders essentially shouting at one another by the end of this, devolving into, at points, Trump and Vance berating Zelenskyy for saying that he was not being grateful enough for the aid that the United States has provided to Ukraine, and Zelenskyy arguing back that they do not understand Putin, essentially, that he will violate any agreement if the proper guarantees aren't in place. That seemed to particularly incense Trump, as he was saying, don't tell us what we're going to feel. Zelenskyy has been arguing that Putin will not stop with Ukraine, that he will go on to other Eastern European nations, including Poland, as he made the argument there. And Trump was essentially pushing back on that and telling Zelenskyy that he had no cards and that he needed to make a deal. And at one point, I think the most striking line from that could foreshadow what the rest of these talks are going to look like, what this press conference could look like if we still see these world leaders come out where they were supposed to sign that deal, is the president said to Zelenskyy, you either make a deal or we are out. Now that comes after 40 minutes before this exchange happened, where the president was talking about how he wasn't ready to make security guarantees yet. He said the United States would still send some weaponry to Ukraine. Questions going back and forth about how a deal would hold, how a minerals deal would be carried out. All of that was essentially wiped away by those last 10 minutes that were so incredibly heated there in the Oval Office, and essentially ended with Vance saying that this is not something that should be litigated in front of the press, the many press who were inside that room. Trump saying that he thought it was actually good that it was playing out. And I asked Trump as we were leaving, can the two of you still negotiate given what we just watched that left everyone else in the room silent? He told me, quote, we'll see. But just to give you a sense of how much things broke down, look at this picture of the Ukrainian ambassador to the United States. She has been the ambassador to the U.S., I should note, since 2021, since before Russia invaded Ukraine. She had her head in her hands at one point when I looked around the room and was just looking at all of the officials here. Secretary of State Rubio, Treasury Secretary Bessent, the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, the Commerce Secretary, they were all in the room, and the Ukrainian officials as well, watching this play out and raising real questions about what the two leaders here are going to be able to get done behind the scenes. This is the photo of the Ukrainian ambassador to the United States as they were just shouting at one another between the three of them in an incredibly remarkable moment.
Trump doesn't seem to think that the sting of Putin is going to reach the United States. He rejected the idea, emotionally rejected the idea that Zelenskyy was presenting, that there will be effects here in the United States, that it will be felt here. What did you think of that?
This started innocently enough. The same way the French and the British leaders came and pushed back gently on Trump, Zelenskyy had started giving a history lesson about how Putin first seized Crimea in 2014. Trump corrected him, said 2015. He's like, no, 2014. And then explained how they had signed two different peace deals with Putin, Minsk I and Minsk II, that Germany and France also signed to guarantee. And what he was trying to do was show Trump, you know, we have tried to do diplomacy before and it hasn't worked. He was being very genteel and patient as he explained it, and it was Vance who took offense and started interjecting, and then it was Vance, as he warmed up to his subject, who then also interjected the I haven't heard you say thank you once. It was almost like he was bawling out one of his young kids, and he warmed to his subject. And once it became that tone, Trump took that tone on and jumped into the attacks. And I don't know how you get from that back to, look, you can't trust Putin, and here's why. I can only imagine what it was like once they all went into a conference room and had to look at each other across the table.
Yeah, and what did you think as you were watching this, Jeff?
I mean, it's pretty shocking, but what I think really stands out to me is that this administration grossly overestimates its ability to bring about a deal. Completely agree with the point that you can't trust deals made with Russian President Putin. But I take it a step further than that and say, as long as Russian troops are advancing in the east, and they are, and he believes he's winning, you're not going to get a meaningful deal. In the sense, by meaningful, I mean like some kind of lasting peace. So I don't even think they're going to get to the point where he's violating the deal.
Because he has the upper hand. So why would he proceed in that regard, you mean?
Right. Yes, none of his strategic objectives about changing the government in Ukraine and really controlling the strategic direction of Ukraine, none of that has changed. And as long as he thinks he can do that by what he's doing right now, he's going to keep doing that. And the rest of the negotiations with him, that's just smoke and mirrors. And my impression is that basically Trump's national security team, people like Mike Waltz, the national security advisor, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, they're very traditionalist, they're anti-Russia, but like past Trump administration officials, they sold Trump on this deal through the lens of business, through the lens of making investments for U.S. companies possible, leveling the playing field with China, because China has 70% of the rare earth minerals, and this would give the U.S. a jump on some of that. But the whole idea was this was something to build on. Sign this loose agreement, then that goodwill would make Zelenskyy looked like the good guy who made Trump look good, and we would build on that from there. And now this all just got blown up, and you could see a lot of the messages that he had absorbed, that Trump had absorbed from his conversations with Putin, just coming out. I don't know how you talk down from this.
What about, Jeff, that glimmer of hope that Nick Payton-Walsh alluded to, the idea that Donald Trump as a negotiator would respect someone that would hold a hard line against him, that Zelenskyy going in there and standing his ground, even at one point as cameras were being escorted out, smiling and giving a thumbs up for the cameras, sort of as if to show that he's not intimidated by the situation, that his country isn't on the line. Would that work to his advantage? Do you see that as a possibility?
I don't, and I think that I understand that Trump likes to be up against somebody that he respects, but what you're seeing is a real shift in U.S. foreign policy. If you're stepping back for a moment, where he respects Putin, he respects Xi Jinping, China, and those are the people he wants to deal with. Anybody else is just not an equal, right? And so in some ways, the foreign policy that's emerging is actually very similar to Chinese and Russian foreign policy, in that in the world you have a couple centers of gravity where the real power is. We'll work things out amongst us, and like all the rest of the countries just need to fall in line. I won't mess with your area, you don't mess with my area, and we'll just straighten it out ourselves. And Zelenskyy doesn't rise to that level in Trump's eyes.
Meanwhile, watch his popularity ratings back home. They're going to soar. They're at 65, they're going to be higher, and European nations who were thinking about, oh, we got to go it alone, after watching that spectacle, they're going to be like, okay, it's us in Ukraine. We cannot count on this White House.
Let's talk a little bit more about that with CNN chief international anchor Christiane Amanpour. Let's talk, Christiane, about how European leaders are going to view this moment.
Well, look, I think just what your guest just said, it's going to be you can imagine everybody in Europe now has their head in their hands, particularly after the parade of European presidents and prime ministers just came back from fairly successful meetings with President Trump. They never got what they wanted in terms of a security guarantee for Ukraine, because that's what they really need if there's to be any peace. But now they're going to be wondering, is there going to be any deal to even police and to enforce? Are we just going to have to continue funding and supplying this war? What I can tell you is the British Prime Minister has announced that he is having a summit in London this weekend on Sunday. He's invited all the major European leaders, and President Zelenskyy was due to be coming back from Washington via London to take part in that summit. This was, designed to compare notes, all their trips to the White House, how to go forward. I don't know whether that will still happen. I don't know what they might discuss. It seems it's even more urgent for that summit to take place, given what just happened in the White House. Look, from a European and an overseas perspective, what seemed to have happened was this very strange new White House way of having these long and lengthy Oval Office sprays with the press where they do talk for a long time. It's not usual. This is, an accident waiting to happen. You saw the Zelenskyy handshake as he met with President Trump at the portico. He was incredibly tense. Zelensky's body language, very tense, knew everything that was riding on this meeting. And then, as everybody said, a fairly okay meeting devolved into this really horrendous catastrophe in the last 10 minutes. And as everybody has said, launched by the intervention of the Vice President. Vice President J.D. Vance, this year in Munich, basically, washed his hands of Ukraine. Last time he was in Munich at the security conference, basically told Europeans and Ukrainians that I don't care really much what happens to Ukraine. So there's some animosity there, as you can imagine. Untruths about Zelenskyy never saying thank you, and a very, twisted and tortured version of what's actually been going on during this war. But I think, as many people said, Zelensky's main aim, as he said himself, but I want to ask what the US is prepared to do going forward. And perhaps I need to ask, whose side is the Trump administration on, Ukraine's or Putin's? And I think what you saw in that meeting was much more of the United States administration, the president and the vice president, taking all the Putin talking points and being frustrated with Zelenskyy and using those talking points. That, in terms of a transatlantic alliance and in terms of a superpower going forward, is really the major shift that everyone overseas has been incredibly concerned about. And it also seemed to be a performance for domestic politics. What President Trump and Vice President Vance were doing, it seemed, was as much a domestic political campaign appearance as anything else. I mean, at one point you heard President Trump going back on the Russia hoax and the Hunter Biden laptop and on and on and on. There is bad blood between these two leaders from the very beginning. But again, let's not forget that it was the javelins that Trump did provide that allowed Ukraine to fend off the Russians in those early days. Very important. These weapons work. But let's also not forget that it was Trump who convinced his MAGA allies in Congress this time last year to pause the latest delivery of weapons to Ukraine. And that was a 7-month lag, which cost territory, which cost lives, and which has put Ukraine in a very bad place. But to keep hearing the President of the United States tell the Ukrainian president and the people of Ukraine who fought this much mightier army off for 3 years that they have no cards to play, that they either take a deal and make a deal or the United States is out, this is music to President Putin's eyes. Music.
We're joined now by Massachusetts Congressman and a member of the Armed Services Committee, Seth Moulton. Congressman, thanks so much for being with us. First, your reaction to this deal being off, to this Oval Office meeting that we watched unfold as dramatically as it did, and to the press conference now being canceled and the future of Ukraine in question?
Well, look, I've just been sitting here listening to these British guys ramble on and on about this. Let's just cut to the chase. The President of the United States is a coward who is Vladimir Putin's puppet. And the Vice President of the United States is a pogue and a coward who is Donald Trump's puppet. And so what we just witnessed was a meeting in the Oval Office between two cowardly puppets and a hero. And whether you voted for these puppets or not, just as an American, as a fellow American, it's just embarrassing that the only hero in the Oval Office, the only decent human being for that matter, is the Ukrainian. I mean, this administration is going to go down as an embarrassment to American history.
Congressman, I wonder if you think that President Zelenskyy could have handled it differently, the way that some of his European counterparts and Emmanuel Macron and Keir Starmer did, and perhaps been more deferential to Trump and Vance.
Deferential to what? Deferential to a president who allowed a deal in his first term to crumble because Putin just violated it? Deferential to a vice president who didn't even bother to visit Ukraine? I hardly know anyone in Congress who has any view on national security who hasn't been to Ukraine during this war. Deferential to a draft dodger who's our commander-in-chief? Zelenskyy doesn't deserve to be deferential to anyone in that Oval Office. In fact, I kind of wish he'd put them in their place a little bit stronger. I mean, this is just truly, truly embarrassing. And the vast majority of my Republican colleagues in Congress completely agree with me. They know the truth here. They're just too scared to say it themselves.
Congressman, I do wonder how you would react to the suggestion by J.D. Vance that there was a lot of chest thumping and harsh words for Putin in the last administration, but not enough action. Do you think that the Biden administration should have provided Ukraine with stronger weapons sooner in order to prevent where we are right now?
Look, I have been a fair critic of both Democrats and Republicans, and a critic of some aspects of how Biden handled this war. And yes, I think that he should have given them more weapons faster. But the idea that Vance and Trump, who are literally sucking up to a dictator, who want Putin apparently to win this war, the idea that they would criticize Biden, I mean, that's real rich. That's real rich.
Where do you think this goes from here, Congressman? Do you think U.S. aid to Ukraine is immediately at risk?
It's unquestionably at risk. I mean, everything we stand for as Americans, the very fundamental value of freedom, is at risk with what these two are doing. But the other risk that we shouldn't ignore, and J.D. Vance brought it up, is World War III.
Congressman, sorry to interrupt. We want to listen in.
That would happen.
President Zelenskyy, can you tell us what happened?
It was difficult to hear there. President Zelenskyy, as he was exiting the White House, clearly yelled at cameras, but it was hard to make out exactly what he was saying. It appears that he is in that vehicle just outside the West Wing and is set to depart the White House in moments after this explosive afternoon in which we've seen this deal between the United States and Ukraine crumble, and then a shouting match inside the Oval Office. Congressman, if you want to finish your thoughts as we await Zelensky's departure.
Well, I'm just saying that, look, the risk that this actually could be a wider war involving NATO is real because Putin is getting emboldened by the President of the United States and by the Vice President of the United States. Because the way this becomes a wider war is for Putin to get the message that he wins, that he can go and invade sovereign countries with impunity and go do it to Eastern European NATO allies next. And that will get American troops killed, not just innocent Europeans. American troops will die if that happens. So what Trump and Vance are doing is absolutely dangerous for our national security, not just dangerous for Ukraine.
Democratic Congressman Seth Moulton, we have to leave the conversation there. We appreciate you joining us. I want to go to the White House now with CNN's Jeff Zelensky, who is watching closely as this vehicle departs. Jeff, were you able to make out what Zelensky yelled to cameras?
We were not able to make that out, Boris. We will go back and listen, but it was nothing extraordinary or long. But what we are seeing here now is President Zelensky leaving the White House about 2 hours and 20 minutes or so after he arrived without getting a deal and without doing a press conference with President Trump to sign the deal. You will see right here this motorcade going behind us as we speak, driving out of the north gates of the White House. What this is an extraordinary breakdown in diplomacy, the biggest break and change in foreign policy. Let's listen right there.
President Zelensky, can you tell us what happened?
No, he can't. He can't tell you what happened.
So as you could see there, we were re-racking that tape. I could not make out what President Zelensky was saying, but now he has left the grounds of the White House, and indeed, we shall see what comes from here. He did stay in the West Wing of the White House for some minutes after President Trump said, come back when it's time for peace. So we do not know if there were any further discussions. We will certainly do our reporting and let you know. But this moment, this Friday afternoon, the end of a very busy week of.
So Zelensky didn't sign the peace document. So, of course, no ceasefire. The war continues.
Well, the sausage making of American diplomacy typically takes place behind the scenes. It's typically just adjacent to the Oval Office in the cabinet room where you have the tough conversations and then the united front or the tea leaves are delivered in front of cameras in the Oval. And we are left to discern whether it was a good or a bad meeting. But you just saw live the sausage making of American diplomacy in the Oval Office before all of our eyes. It is 5 years, 7 months, and 4 days from the first time these two men spoke. And during that very first conversation, Zelensky said he had a lot to learn from President Trump. He, in fact, said, you are a great teacher for us, and you can teach us how to drain the swamp. I think it's fair to say we are a long way from that moment many years ago. Some context that I think you all need to know of things that have been going on behind the scenes that kind of have led to this acrimony. There have been several flashpoints in this relationship, one of which was February 12th, where President Trump accused Zelensky of oversleeping for a meeting with the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. He felt that was disrespectful. Not only that, Secretary of State Marco Rubio had this to say: Trump is very upset with Zelensky. Biden was very upset with Zelensky. I am very upset with Zelensky. Zelensky told Vance and me he is okay with the deal, but then later publicly said he rejected the deal. You know, Steve, as I look at all of this, and we saw kind of this transpire into what was a caustic back and forth, the impetus for it, I think, was very important. Right. They were having a nice conversation, and then you had J.D. Vance speak, and then you had Zelensky talk about what kind of diplomacy are you talking about, and take on this accusatory tone towards the vice president, from which the vice president said, you should be coming in here being very thankful. We have given you $183 billion, and you come to the Oval Office with this.
Kayla, you're exactly right to set it up the way you did. We have never seen anything like that before, where it actually played out in real time. Usually, you know, they'll come out and they'll say, okay, we had a disagreement, but we actually got to see the disagreement. If I had to guess, you know, for Mr. Zelensky at one point essentially blamed Trump, Obama, and Biden as well. You guys never stopped him when you had the chance. Okay, that's not smart to do. Hey, Donald Trump, you had the chance and you blew it, essentially, is what he was doing. For a while, it kind of seemed to me like J.D. Vance and Trump were playing good cop, bad cop, where Trump was being the diplomat, and then J.D. Vance said, you know, say thank you. And eventually, Mr. Zelensky wound up arguing a lot and then groveling. Ultimately, this could be a lot like what we saw just a week ago, where Donald Trump referred to him as a dictator and a third-rate comedian and stuff like that. to get a better deal for the United States. For him to have an argument on television in front of the whole world, suddenly the whole world's going like, okay, Trump won that. Zelensky's going to have to do something.
I think that's such a good point, Emily. You know, the American public, we've seen, you know, kind of question, we're giving $183 billion in aid. And there are questions that come with that kind of money going to Ukraine. And, you know, you would think that Zelensky coming in would be very grateful in front of cameras, certainly for that. And instead, you know, we had this moment where he challenged the vice president. And the context I mentioned, I do want to bring it up just so our viewers can see. This is from Axios, and this describes that meeting that I think kind of is a huge part of the souring of this relationship. February 12th, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent met Zelensky in Kyiv to offer a proposal that would give the U.S. access to Ukrainian mineral rights in return for de facto U.S. protection. Trump later told reporters Zelensky was rude and delayed his meeting with Bessent because he slept in. That's not the posture that I think a power would ordinarily take when given aid. I mentioned I was in the meeting with the Iraqi prime minister. And what you saw was a very mutual respect relationship between someone who'd received U.S. taxpayer aid and someone who was grateful for it and wanted to work with our country.
And I think the presence of cameras casts an entire dimension on this that is very important in the realm of diplomacy. So what we saw there is a president that has been exhausted by Putin's continued invasions of his country, right? But he is ascribing the failure to deter on the current administration with 2 administrations past. And I have only compassion for him and his people. And I can't imagine the exhaustion and rage that he must feel. But Vice President Vance was absolutely apt when saying, you should not be litigating this in front of the American media. And the point of diplomacy, which President Zelensky was asking about, which was essentially like, look, you guys, I don't trust your deal right now because we've gone through deals and it hasn't worked. Now, President and Vice President Vance are saying, look, there is a new sheriff in town. So you have to believe us. And I think under the auspices of, and you are currently in the American Oval Office in front of the American President, Commander-in-Chief, and his Vice President, and in front of the American media. And Vice President Vance pointing out, you have gone on a media, public press, public relations tour that has subverted a lot of our policies. So I think what we're seeing is someone who is totally at their wits' end, Zelensky, but taking it out in ways that is deeply damaging to the fragility and the importance of diplomacy with the current administration that has done everything it can to support and will continue to, while under the value system of America first. So I was deeply disappointed by this exchange just because it seems so stressful. And this also goes to show, for all of those headlines that crow about how easy it is for President Trump's job, it is not. It is an incredibly hard position for a commander-in-chief to inherit what happened before them and make good decisions. So bravo, President Trump and Vice President Vance.
Yeah, and I mean, there is a fact that is inescapable, Tommy, and it is that Putin went in under Obama's watch and Putin went in under Biden's watch. And there was a 4-year hiatus, and that happened to be the 4 years of President Trump. So when President Trump says he might have broken deals with Obama and Bush, but he hasn't broken them with me, there's facts to prove that.
And I think President Trump was rightfully insulted by the way President Zelensky has been acting for years now. Don't bite the hand that feeds you is essentially what I got out of all of that. Trump repeatedly said, you don't have the cards, you don't have the cards. And it was like a father swatting down their toddler who repeatedly has their hand out asking for allowance but doesn't want to mow the lawn. What he's saying is, we want to help you, but the way that you have paraded yourself in front of media for years, Hollywood audiences, in the fanfare on Vogue covers, the way you have this sense of entitlement as you ask us for money and guarantees. Now I'm trying to give you a deal that's good for my people and good for your people, and you're disrespectful. And so, whereas you didn't like that exchange, I loved it because that told me America is back. This is the president of the United States of America, and he's going to act like it. And repeatedly through there, it seemed as though Zelensky had his arms crossed like a toddler. You're not going to act like that with President Trump. Maybe a President Biden, but not with this administration and not with this country. I loved watching this play out in front of us.
And, you know, Jerry, we as, you know, as Americans, as voters, we only get tea leaves that we pick up on. We get reporting from sources inside meetings. And one item that I picked up on that I couldn't get out of my mind was when Secretary of State Marco Rubio said Biden would call and yell at Zelenskyy. And he referenced reporting that the Biden administration would give this aid, and then Zelenskyy would go out publicly and say, the Americans aren't giving me X, Y, or Z. There was this attitude of ungratefulness that it seems like also proliferated during the Biden years, according to the tea leaves referenced by Rubio.
You know, and because of that, I agree with Tommy here. I'm glad to see this made public. I think it's fantastic. Now you understand what we're up against. Now you know what we see in the public arena, in the private arena, usually. You know, we're getting a lot of pushback. That's the way it's working. I think a lot of Americans, particularly on the left, think we can get done whatever we have enough money, we have enough macho, we have what. No, it's hard. It takes a lot. And you're seeing that right now. And you saw the president, you know, put him in his place. Tommy, you said something before we even came to air about Zelenskyy not wearing a suit.
Yeah.
He's just not showing any respect, period.
Yeah, you know, Steve.
I mean, wearing a suit or not wearing a suit, clothes, I mean, that don't matter. This is way more important than clothes. He doesn't wear a suit, so what? That doesn't even count.
I guess I would call it the $1 million question, but that seems like small ball. So I'm going to call it the $183 billion question. That's the amount of U.S. aid given to Ukraine, is whether this rare earth minerals deal gets signed. At the top of this, which we didn't show you, President Trump said it'd be signed at 1 p.m. Well, that is in 2 minutes and 45 seconds. And it's hard to imagine these two guys sitting down and inking a deal in 2 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Because during the bilateral press conference where both sides are together, they're going, okay, you asked 2 questions, you asked 2 questions. Those 2 questions on each side would be, so when the cameras went away, who wanted to strangle each other? Because obviously it did not go well. Remember, ultimately, Zelenskyy wanted this meeting because he wanted security guarantees from the United States of America. He's not going to get them because Trump has even said, I'm not going to talk about that until a peace deal is signed. And it's probably not going to be a peace deal today. It's going to be a stuff deal for rare earth and stuff like that. If I was Donald Trump, every time I have a world leader that I got a problem with in the Oval Office, bring in the cameras. You know what? Let's just go ahead and talk about it. Forget about the smoke-filled rooms. I think after decades of being told what happened, and then years later, we find out, well, it wasn't exactly like this. There's no disputing what we just saw. And not only is that good television, as Donald Trump said, but it's really good for the American people to see what is going on behind the scenes.
Right.
And Emily, in just a few moments here, the role of Vice President J.D. Vance is interesting. He went on the world stage. He challenged Europe. He challenged them on free speech. He got a ton of criticism in the so-called mainstream media, but he got a lot of accolades from a lot of Americans saying he's saying it how it is. And J.D. Vance was the touchstone once again, kind of saying it like it is and challenging Zelenskyy.
And he's a veteran. Yeah. So this is someone who's coming into the Oval Office as the vice president and sitting, across from a current president who, with his attire and with his demeanor, seeks to remind everyone that he's currently in war. And he's sitting across from someone who knows exactly what that was like. So I think that, too, we've talked about this, that his relationship with the Senate, his relationship with the Hill, but his relationship as well in that front, I think does well to say, you have to remember who you're talking to this time around, sir, meaning this administration.
Yeah. Well, the last 4 years, the presidential press conference was rare.
One thing I got to say is I like the way J.D. Vance stood up for the president of the United States, and as well, I like the way the president stood up for J.D. Vance. Really meant a lot.
The questions and the freewheeling with President Biden was rare, but you just saw American diplomacy play out in a way I don't think we have seen, certainly in modern history. And now the overarching question as we approach the 1 p.m. hour, just a few seconds from now, is the rare earth mineral actually going to be signed? We will.
It has to be signed because that's the only way.
Bill McGurn joins us, Wall Street Journal, Karl Rove, Kimberly Strassel, and thank you all for getting up and chipping in on our coverage right here. I tell you, I was in Hanoi, Vietnam, when Trump and Mike Pompeo were meeting with Kim Jong-un of North Korea. And Dan, I know you remember that all too well also. When they were behind closed doors, no cameras, and they came out and they said, boom, the meeting's over. So that was then. And now this is today. Karl, what was your read on what you watched on TV for the past 30 minutes.
Well, this is why diplomacy should never be conducted in public. I'm confident, and we now know that, for example, in World War II, there were heated disagreements between Franklin Roosevelt, Joseph Stalin, and Winston Churchill, but we didn't see them broadcast on TV, and what we saw were statements that came out of these big conferences in which the Allies made an effort.
We should start seeing this diplomacy conversations. We have to start seeing it. I am glad this happened in real time. Americans saw this, and now people can choose. Oh, wait, is Zelenskyy using the United States? Is it being grateful? Or is the United States not doing enough? Everybody has their own, decisions to make. However, it happened in real time, and people can make, whatever decision they want to make.
Effort to move forward together. It is hard to get. It is going to be incredibly hard to walk back from the kind of animosity that we saw in that room today, and to walk back some of those statements. It could have been done if it had not been, if cameras had not been running. But the only winner out of today is Vladimir Putin. This is a mistake to have it broadcast. It was a mistake for Zelenskyy to get his dander up, and it was a mistake for the president and the vice president to be.
The world is changing, okay? The world is changing. I don't think it was a mistake. I think probably some people would say it wasn't thoroughly calculated. However, it happened. The world is changing. Everybody wants to see what's going on. People want to be a part of, diplomacy conversation. People want to be a part of their leadership in their country. So, especially this war between Ukraine and Russia, the president campaigned on ending this war, and the people who voted for Trump wanted this war ended, or wants this war ended, because they don't want to send billions of munitions to Ukraine anymore. That's what's going on right here.
So public in their comments, this was not the moment that should have been televised. They should have had those conversations out of camera sight, and I'm confident that then they would have been able to find a way to move forward. But it's really hard when you've had the kind of coverage of this moment that we've now had.
Yeah, and we're looking live at the White House, the West Wing entrance exit there to see if we see any activity. Bill McGurn, want to bring you in. Here was more from that exchange. President Trump on a deal or no deal. Listen.
I don't know what happened, but he didn't break him with me. He wants to make a deal. I don't know if you can make a deal. The problem is I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing. All right, I think we've seen enough. What do you think?
What's this negotiation?
This is going to be great television, I will say that. All right. We'll see what we can do about putting...
Bill, in addition to the fiery exchange, you can also make the case there was a lot of body language that was happening in that room with the world leaders as well. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I thought the body language was awful. You have world leaders pointing at each other and correcting each other. I agree with Carl. This is all stuff that can be in the back room. They made different substantive points. Look, they went into it. It was supposed to be to announce a deal that is a good deal, the mineral deal. It's not everything, but it's a step forward. And instead, we got constant correction of each other and 2-on-1 against Zelenskyy. I think President Zelenskyy misread Donald Trump, especially in a public setting. I think if it behind closed doors, Trump could have said, "You're not grateful. It's really a mistake," and it would have gone over better. But there's a president fighting for his country in front of cameras. He knows Putin's watching it. His own countrymen are watching it. So when that happens, leaders get trapped by their environment. And I think that's what they were. Look, I agree, like Zelenskyy would be wise to look more grateful. But put it this way. Were the Afghans grateful for what we did? Could Biden get away with saying, well, we abandoned them because they weren't grateful? No, the interests are much larger than that. So I thought it was very unfortunate. And I don't know how they walk this back.
Well, we'll see. There's still time. It's not even 1:30 in the afternoon. And being on Trump time, things can move pretty quickly. Kimberly, jump on in here. Where do you guess things go next?
Well, I think the thing that stood out to me the most here was just how far apart they clearly are on so many issues. And that really, if you listen to the back talk and the crosstalk, those points spilled out that we were supposed to be meeting here on a rare earths mineral deal. But in the course of that conversation, we found out that Zelenskyy clearly isn't even sold on the notion of a ceasefire, that there are huge discussions still going on about what kind of security guarantees, if any, there would be there, that Putin seems to be far more open to this, which should give everyone pause than the Ukrainian counterpart. One other thing that stuck out to me is I wonder a little bit, too, a mistake here, and there were a lot of mistakes made on both sides, but one of the mistakes here might have been Zelenskyy conducting this in English. I think it's heroic he speaks in English, but language is very complicated, and I think that there was also some words there that were used that simply riled Trump and Vance in a way that I don't think Zelenskyy meant them to. For instance, at one point he said, you know, we've been going this alone. I think what he meant is that those on the battlefield fighting, the soldiers themselves, have been only Ukrainians, whereas Trump and Vance took that to suggest he was not grateful for the economic assistance and weapons that Americans have sent. So that was also at play, and another reason why none of this should have happened in public.
Yeah, Dan, I want to go back to this moment. It appears to be the moment that Zelenskyy attempts sort of a reset to go back to what he said was the beginning. Listen here. More from the exchange.
Let's start from the beginning. Sure. First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless. God bless you. God bless. You will not.
That right there was just not necessary. You shouldn't have said that word. Like, that's like wishing bad on the United States. That's bad.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that.
That's exactly what you're doing.
You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
You will feel influence.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
Dan, there were moments where this felt like it went from bad to worse.
Right.
Yeah, and Kim makes a really good point about the language. I've been in a lot of these sorts of diplomatic discussions, and the idea that you have a translator there gives both sides to think a little bit before they speak and dial down, if necessary, the tension in the room. And it also allows both presidents to convey what they like with a lot of nuance. I think that was a challenge in this case for President Zelenskyy, and it was hard for him maybe to express what he really wanted to express in English. And when it comes to gratitude, he could have dialed it down by saying, look, a couple of years ago I addressed the U.S. Congress and thanked the U.S. Congress and the American people, and since then I've been very grateful. But I think the fact that he had to speak in English, not his native language, presented additional problems. And no one really took the opportunity to dial things down. It just got more heated.
Dan, is your guess right now they have this press conference or no?
I think they got some work to do, because if they were to have a press conference right now, it would just be a follow-up on the last 10 minutes that we saw, and that probably wouldn't be of any additional help to the cause.
The truth is, I felt like Zelenskyy sort of kind of like threatened the United States right here. It wasn't like a direct threat, but him saying that there's a big ocean between, Europe and the United States, and we can't really feel what's happening now, but we will feel it, and by God's grace, we don't feel it really bad. That is sort of kind of like a threat, in my opinion. It's not a direct threat, but you shouldn't say that to, a country who you call your ally and who has been helping you billions of dollars. You shouldn't have said that. But I get it. He's hurt.
Well, today was interesting. Zelenskyy went to the White House and met the fashion police.
Pretty close. How are you? Pretty shut.
He's all dressed up today.
But everybody was getting along fine. Zelenskyy was there to sign the mineral deal and start peace negotiations. The first 30 minutes went great. Even the reporters were teasing the Ukrainian about his clothes.
Why don't you wear a suit? You're at the highest. Why don't you wear a suit? You're the highest.
No. That was, in my opinion, that was like culturally uneducated. Because if you're an American, you wear suits. But if you grew up in Saudi Arabia, if you come do a meeting with anybody in the world, you wear your cultural attire. So Zelenskyy not wearing the suit doesn't really matter to me because, I mean, their culture is different. So the main deal here is peace. It's a peace deal he's here for. It's not here for, Paris fashion show.
Level in this country's office, and you refuse to wear a suit. Just want to see if you do you own a suit?
Yeah, problems.
A lot of Americans have problems with you not
Really?
respecting
I
the
don't have
dignity of this
such-
office.
I will wear a costume after this war will finish.
Okay.
Yes, maybe one.
Maybe something like this?
something like
Yes,
yours.
sir.
Yes.
That'd be great.
Maybe something better. I don't know.
I do like your clothing, by the way.
Yeah, really?
Even though I think he's a great guy, by the way. But I don't know if you two like each other, but you know what?
You could tell Trump, man, this man is a diplomat. He was even trying to create a peaceful environment between the guy who was saying, why don't you wear a suit, and Zelenskyy. Legendary.
I think
No,
he's
I-
dressed. I think he's
why?
dressed
I like
beautifully.
this guy. I don't know
I think
him.
he's dressed beautifully.
Everyone seemed friendly, about to eat lunch, just doing what they do. Then, for some reason, Zelenskyy got an attitude.
I want to see if we can get this thing done. You want me to be tough? I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough. But you're never going to get a deal that way. So that's the way it goes.
The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
He killed our people, and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you are
Mr.
not
President,
strong-
with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president.
What the heck is Zelenskyy doing giving us a history lesson like we don't know Putin's a snake? We know Putin's violated deals before under Democrat presidencies. What good does it do Zelenskyy to call us naive? We're not naive. If anyone's naive, it's Zelenskyy. He didn't even think Russia was going to invade, even when Biden's CIA was like, guy, they're going in. And if you don't think you can do a deal with Putin, then why are you even here? Joe Biden's in Delaware. This is a new group.
Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military?
We have
And
problems.
do you think that it's
I will
respectful
answer.
to come to the Oval Office
I
of the
will
United
answer.
States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
First of all, during the
Trump is looking like a proud father. Like, yeah, JD, get him. Get him, JD. JD. Elon. Elon is in
Administration
here.
that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't
Right
feel
there.
now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You should not say that. Like, why would you say you cannot feel it now, but you will feel it in the future? You would feel it in the future. What do you expect us to say? We live here. We are in America right now. We have kids in America. We have businesses. We have homes. We pay taxes in America. And you're saying that we're going to feel it in future. So what, you're wishing us bad, and yet you call us your ally? That, in my opinion, you shouldn't have said that. That wasn't right. That was like sort of kind of like a threat, in my opinion. That was sort of like a threat.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless. You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel. You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
You will feel influence.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards.
Playing cards.
Right now, you don't.
Yeah,
you're playing cards.
Mr. President.
You're playing cards.
Serious.
You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country.
Is he playing cards or Russian roulette?
Yeah,
Who does he think he is coming here in front of the cameras and telling our president that if we don't sign a security pact, we're next? We're not doing a security deal with Ukraine. That's why they're not getting into NATO. NATO doesn't want them in NATO. That's a trap. That's going to trigger World War III. The mineral deal is the security deal, because if Americans are in Ukraine doing business, Russia's not going to start shooting at our contractors. Ukraine's in no position to negotiate terms. We're in charge. We'll tell Zelenskyy what the terms are. He can either accept it, fight Russia himself, or go look for another sponsor. And good luck, because the Europeans aren't going to cut it. And I get it. I have respect for Zelenskyy. His country got invaded. He didn't flee. He stayed and fought. Ukraine fought. They fought hard. They fought the Russians to a stalemate in the east. An amazing job. But now it's trench warfare, and they're dug in like World War I. And the Ukrainians don't have the bodies to throw into the front lines like the Russians do. That's why Zelenskyy wants to end it. The Europeans want to end it. We want to end it. And Russia does too. That's why they're at the table. A proxy war that goes nowhere. Is that in America's best interests? Zelenskyy didn't read the room. He didn't even say thank you.
Have you said thank you once this entire meeting? No, in this entire meeting, have you said thank you? You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your...
JD said, offer some appreciation. Perhaps, kiss the ring, basically.
Country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, you can...
He's not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country's in big trouble.
Can I
Wait a
answer?
minute. No. You've done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
This is where I respected J.D. Vance and Donald J. Trump's connection even more. Because he stood up for J.D. Vance over here. He stood up for J.D. Vance. He stood up for his vice president. He said, no, he's not even shouting. He's not raising his voice. That is a leader. Okay, well, no.
You're not winning. You're not winning this.
Don't tell the vice president he's speaking too loudly. He can speak however he wants to in the White House.
That's right.
Have you ever seen a foreign leader come into America and talk this way? And everyone knows.
This is what I'm saying. I get it. It's hard. Zelenskyy is going through a very, very tough, hard, probably a very, maybe impossible situation. But you gotta, in life, if you're on that level that Zelenskyy is, you have to tread carefully. You have to tread carefully because people's lives are at stake. Okay? Your country's lives, your economy is at stake. So you have to be smart and you have to watch your words. You have to watch your demeanor. His demeanor wasn't right. I'm not going to look. He's acting like the United States owes Ukraine something. No, you're just allies with us. Okay. Let's do this economical deal, which is it's going to involve your minerals, your rare earth minerals, and then you have security from the United States, which you already got anyway.
If Zelensky had come in, signed the deal, showed some gratitude, it would have gone a long way. And it would have reminded the American people that Zelensky is a victim. We could have sympathized with him, and we do. His country's been under attack. But we saved Zelensky's life. We saved his country. And it was an honor to save his country. And if you want to have an attitude because war is hell and you're fighting for your survival, I get that. But do it in private. What do you think was going to happen if you're going to do this in front of the press? You think Trump's going to let it fly? So if you weren't ready to sign the deal, why'd you fly here? And if you didn't like the language of the mineral deal, have your team hash it out with us. Push the trip back a week and then fly over. Don't fly here saying you're going to sign on the dotted line and then argue about what's not in the deal on TV.
Mr. President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been.
I think this right here is, I may be wrong, but this right here is, in my opinion, is still sort of kind of like the left tactics. Maybe he's spoken with someone on the left and they're like, you know what? When you get into the Oval Office, make sure you talk back at him and make sure the press sees it, okay? Stand up to Donald Trump. You better stand up to him. Stand up to him. Yeah, stand up to Donald Trump. That's what they're trying to do. Everybody's trying to stand up to Donald Trump. And when they're being backed up in a very tough situation, they come crying back, rolling back, kneeling down, and kissing the ring. That's what's almost going to happen here.
Alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
you haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet,
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
alone.
in this cabinet.
We gave you, through this
said
stupid president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military
president.
equipment, and
voted
your men
for
are
your
brave,
president.
but they had to use our military.
Yes. What about
if you didn't have our military equipment,
you invited
if
me
you
to
didn't
speak.
have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
Zelensky was already on thin ice, and now he's going toe-to-toe with Trump like this is some kind of debate. We're not here to debate. You can debate behind the scenes. You can debate at lunch. But if you debate in the open like this, you're going to lose because Ukraine has no leverage. The minerals were their only leverage. And without those, you're not getting a peace deal. At a certain point, it didn't even look like Zelensky wanted peace.
You tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go, and I want this. Look, if you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you'd take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're saying you don't want a ceasefire.
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
with guarantees.
Because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't
it doesn't
with
matter
me.
for you what
That
what
wasn't
this
with me.
means. It
That was
wasn't
with
you.
a guy named Biden, who was not a smart person.
This
That
is
was
your,
with,
this
that was
is
with
your
Obama.
president. It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful.
Zelensky
You gotta be
wants
more
guarantees.
thankful.
I would too. But Russia
Trump-
invaded
Trump-
under Bush, under Obama.
Trump is straight up a character out of the movie The Casino or The Godfather. You know, like them old gangster movies where Al Pacino, Robert De Niro, and all them man back in the day. That's what Trump reminds me of watching this.
Obama under Biden. Putin never invaded under Trump. And Trump saying, I'm the guarantee. And if we have Americans in Ukraine excavating minerals, that's a double guarantee. And if push comes to shove, something tells me that American weapons are always available.
Definitely.
Zelensky's not going to get a better deal than that.
What if Russia breaks ceasefire? What if Russia breaks peace talks? What do we do then? I understand that it's a heated conversation right now.
What are you saying?
She's asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it?
Oh, God. Yeah, yo. Whew. Man, I missed you. I missed you, Mr. President. I missed you. I missed you. Sir. Sir. I missed you.
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it? I don't know. They broke it with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me.
Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Netanyahu might have had it out with Biden, but he didn't come into the Oval Office and point his finger in his face. After World War II, the French and the British didn't dictate terms to the Americans. We said, get rid of your colonies. Here's the Marshall Plan. Here's how you're going to pay us back. This is the new world order. Do you think Karzai in Afghanistan came to the White House and lectured Bush on live TV? Zelenskyy really screwed up. Even the Ukrainian ambassador couldn't watch. Zelenskyy's never done a deal like this in his life. Trump's had a lifetime of doing international business deals, and he's a two-term president. He did the Abraham Accords, renegotiated NAFTA, the China trade deal. He's getting hostages back all over the world. He has
This is the facts. Like, numbers don't lie. President Donald J. Trump has a track record. You can go back and see every single thing he's accomplished. He's done deals on deals on deals that people think were impossible to get done. He got it done. What has Zelenskyy done? He's been in a war, true, but the United States has been beside him the entire time. So who is more capable of making a deal here? Definitely not Zelenskyy.
Party in lockstep, and he has tycoons from all over flying to Washington to announce billion-dollar investments. And what? Zelenskyy's jumping up and down and picking fights? What's that going to do? What's gotten into this guy?
The problem is I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. You don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing.
Trump and Zelenskyy were supposed to have a joint press conference afterwards. Didn't happen. They were supposed to have lunch together, too. But Trump kicked Zelenskyy out of the White House. And the White House staff ate Zelenskyy's lunch.
We had a meeting today, as you know, with President Zelenskyy, and I would say it didn't work out exactly great from his standpoint. I think he very much overplayed his hand. We're looking for peace. We're not looking for somebody that's going to sign up as strong power and then not make peace because they feel emboldened, and that's what I saw happening. I'm looking for peace. We're not looking to go into a 10-year war and play games. We want peace. And it was just my impression that if we do that, if we sign up, he's looking for something that I'm not looking for. He's looking to go on and fight.
But the fact is, like it or not, Americans watched what happened yesterday between Zelenskyy and Trump. Most people have never seen or heard what has transpired between Russia, Ukraine, and the United States. But for some reason, the world was able to see it today. Okay, so Zelenskyy had his turn to talk. Trump had his turn. J.D. Vance, chimed in. However, now the media cannot spin this in any way. Everybody saw it in real time. So everybody would choose, I think Zelenskyy was right or Trump was right. The media can never, sort of kind of like change the narrative here because we saw it. We can make our own decisions based off of what they're saying. And to me, Trump stood for what he's always stood for, which is America first. We cannot keep sending money to fund wars. And everybody who voted for Trump already knew this is what he has been standing for decades now. For decades. Okay? So this isn't new to a Trump voter. Everything Trump said or did today is not new to make America great again voters. Okay? So to me, Zelenskyy just had 77.3 million people say, you know what? Maybe you effed up.
Right. We're not going to keep fighting. You're going to get the war done or let them go and see what happens. Let them fight it out.
Zelenskyy messed up so badly, he lost Lindsey Graham.
What I saw in the Oval Office was disrespectful, and I don't know if we can ever do business with Zelenskyy again. I think most Americans saw a guy that they would not want to go in business with. The way he handled the meeting, the way he confronted the president was just over the top.
This was a diplomatic.
Lindsey Graham, this was a senator who would say, we have to stand with Ukraine. Zelenskyy needs the United States. We have to support Zelenskyy. This was Lindsey Graham. Now, just off of the meeting Zelenskyy had with Trump and J.D. Vance, matter of fact, some of the, Trump's cabinet members in the Oval Office, Lindsey is now saying Zelenskyy should be impeached. This wasn't even a conversation like 2 days ago. 2 days ago, everybody said Zelenskyy was a hero. Now, it's like he should be impeached. This, I'm telling you, to a Trump voter, this is a win. This is bad for Zelenskyy. I'm telling you.
A catastrophe for Zelenskyy. Without the White House and Republicans in Congress, Ukraine's toast. Zelenskyy knows that. But for some reason, he didn't have the emotional intelligence to behave that way. So talks are off for now.
Told you.
He's got to say, I want to make peace. He doesn't have to stand there and say about Putin this, Putin that, all negative things. He's got to say, I want to make peace. I don't want to fight a war any longer.
Zelenskyy was just on with Bret Baier and somehow made it worse.
Do you think you owe an apology to President Trump?
I'm just telling that I think that we have to be on the same side.
And also, his emotions really came out here on the Fox interview with Bret Baier. His emotions came out in the White House as well, but the post-emotions of the White House emotion was what happened on Fox. And you could see that he was feeling really, his eyes was a little, sort of like dilated. It's like, look, maybe I effed up in the White House. Okay. Because there are millions of people in Ukraine looking up to Zelenskyy to end the war. And if he cannot end the war, even after coming to the United States to sort of kind of find a solution to it, what is he going to go back home to say to his people?
And I hope that the president on our side together with us, and that is very important to stop Putin.
So I'm not hearing from you, Mr. President, a thought that you owe the president an apology.
No, I respect the president and I respect American people. And if, I think that we have to be very open and very honest. And I'm not sure that we did something bad.
He just got kicked out of the White House before lunch, and he's not sure he did anything bad.
Zelenskyy is in a very tough situation because, he's the little guy here. He's the little guy here. USA, huge. Okay, these are like, United States is the biggest whale in the ocean. Okay, nobody swims close to the United States. Russia, China, everybody knows, big dogs. Okay, Ukraine is not, maybe a great white, but not near a whale or killers of the ocean. So Ukraine is in a bad situation. I ain't gonna cap.
Does Zelenskyy not understand Donald Trump at all? Was he not briefed before this? Manners mean everything to the president. Thank you means a lot to him. I'm sorry would have really helped here. Our country saved your life. Zelenskyy owes us everything. He had the same issue with Biden. Biden's team had to coach him before he got on the phone. You need to be more gracious. You have to stop making so many demands. You have to say thank you. And he'd get on the phone and he'd misbehave. And it drove Joe nuts. And it's driving Trump nuts too. In any business meeting, you have to understand if you're the junior partner in the deal. You got to act like it. Obviously, the Democrats saw the president standing up for American interests and took the side of the others.
What we just witnessed
between Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and President Zelensky inside the White House was an ambush. It was a planned ambush designed to embarrass President Zelensky in order to benefit Vladimir Putin.
All right, here we go.
Complete and utter mess. And this is a gift to Putin. We don't gain anything by acting like bullies. And this is what bullies do. And just because you act this way, by the way, it doesn't mean that you're tough.
The president of the United States is a coward who is Vladimir Putin's puppet.
Okay.
And the vice president of the United States is a pogue and a coward who is Donald Trump's puppet.
All right.
And so what we just witnessed was a meeting in the Oval Office between two cowardly puppets and a hero.
This is just meaningless sloganeering. What is the Democrats' plan for peace in Ukraine? They don't have one. What's the Democrats' plan to win the war in Ukraine? They don't have one. The Democrats' only plan is to keep doing whatever Joe Biden was doing, which was fight an unwinnable, endless proxy war. Give the Ukrainians just enough not to lose, but not enough to win. And if you do give them too much, it starts a nuclear war. How is that strategy in America's interest? Ending the war is in our interest. It'll lower energy prices, give us access to a new market for minerals, pay down our debt, buy us time to build up our own armaments, which we're depleting, force the Europeans to get some skin in the game and pull the Russians away from a deeper alliance with China. Oh, and save millions of lives. American presidents for decades cut arms deals with the Soviets. Does that make us Russian puppets? The whole thing's so stupid. This is just about what it takes to get a done deal.
You want me to say really terrible things about Putin and then say, hi, Vladimir, how are we doing on the deal? That doesn't work that way. I'm not aligned with Putin. I'm not aligned with anybody. I'm aligned with the United States of America and for the good of the world. I'm aligned with the world, and I want to get this thing over with.
Does this mean Zelensky's been deported and isn't allowed back into the country? No.
Nah.
Sometimes you have to break up to make up.
Right.
A lot of relationships go through ups and downs, and people get back together. A lot of deals blow up before they're eventually signed.
Right. Like, this is going to be signed eventually. However, this has opened up a whole huge door for negotiations between Ukraine and the United States and Russia, because, this is the hottest news in the world today, right now, Zelensky and Trump, just because of Russia invasion. So this is going to really, bring everybody to the table. Deal will be had. That's for sure. But how quick, how soon can that deal be inked?
And welcome to Hannity. And tonight, one thing is perfectly clear. If there was ever any doubt American strength on the world stage, it is back. It is back big time. President Trump will always stand up for you, the American people, and he's going to put America first. We're not going to be disrespected. We will not be swindled. We will not be bullied. Today, the Ukrainian president, Zelenskyy, frankly, in many ways disgraced himself, lost an opportunity of a lifetime to stop the death and destruction of his country, and he did it on the world stage. President Trump graciously invited him to the White House for a key minerals deal that he promised to sign, linking our two countries together with a long-term agreement. President Trump even offered to reset relations after Zelenskyy, you might recall, actually campaigned for Kamala Harris on the campaign trail. Now, keep in mind, Ukraine has received a steady flow of your hard-earned taxpayer dollars and equipment from the U.S., including under Donald Trump. But under Biden and Harris, hundreds of billions of dollars, and not all of it accounted for, far more than any other country in the world, including far more grants than the entire continent of Europe. But in the Oval Office, while the cameras were rolling, Zelenskyy, seemingly ungrateful, combative, entitled, and apparently Zelensky's ego seemed more important than the war-torn people in his own country. And his behavior is something I'm betting he's going to regret for a very long time. Take a look.
Well, if I didn't align myself with both of them, you'd never have a deal. You want me to say really terrible things about Putin and then say, hi, Vladimir, how are we doing on the deal? That doesn't work that way. I'm not aligned with Putin. I'm not aligned with anybody. I'm aligned with the United States of America and for the good of the world.
We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the President for trying to bring an end to this conflict. And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless.
You don't
God
know that.
bless. You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that.
That's exactly what you're doing.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having
not
cards.
Playing cards.
Right now, you don't.
You're
playing cards.
Mr. President.
You're playing cards.
Serious.
You're gambling with the lives of
war.
millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country.
Have you said thank you once?
This entire meeting?
No, in this entire meeting, have you said thank you?
Today.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
JD.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war,
He's not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly.
This is the thing, man. It's so hard to watch this exchange. I feel bad for Zelenskyy. I get it. Being the little guy is hard, but I don't know the kind of deal he had with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris that gave him the courage to, cozy up like this. But this doesn't look good for him. It doesn't look good for him at all.
Your country's in big trouble.
Can I
Wait a
answer?
minute. No. You've done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not winning.
I know.
You're not winning this. You have a damn good chance of coming out okay because of us.
Mr. President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
you haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet,
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
alone.
in this cabinet.
We gave you, through this stupid president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military
president.
equipment,
You
and you
voted
men
for
are
your
brave,
president.
but they had to use our military.
What about
If you didn't have
You
our
invited
military
me-
equipment,
You invited
if
me
you
to
didn't
speak.
have
And the fact that Trump literally pushed him with his hands. Watch Trump's subtle hand movements. Watch his hands. He pushed Zelenskyy, literally. He pushed him like, boy, you better wait. Boy, who you talking to? I'm from New York. I was born in Queens, bro.
military equipment, and you men are brave, but they had to use our military.
What about
if you didn't have our military equipment, if you didn't have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
You guys are not getting this. This man is 79 years old this year. Trump is going to be 79 years old this year. Zelenskyy. How old is Zelenskyy? Zelenskyy age. He's probably in his 40s. Zelenskyy is 47 years old. Okay. Trump is 79 years old. And he basically just washed away Zelenskyy.
Weeks.
In 3 days, I heard it from Putin.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. You got to be more thankful, because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you
gotta
have the
be
cards.
more thankful.
But without us, you don't have any cards.
Given a chance today, he had a chance to sign a mineral deal that would lead to a very strong.
You gotta be more thankful. You can't do business this way. You gotta be more thankful. Elon, JD.
Relationship with the U.S. After that, hopefully a ceasefire, then a negotiated settlement that would have been in the Ukrainian people's best interest and should have been the president of Ukraine's goal. Instead, too much arrogance, the president of Ukraine seemingly ungrateful for the hundreds of billions of U.S. tax dollars used to fund this war. Coming in, he wanted to dictate to the U.S. how he wants the more aid to come in further, how President Trump should take his side, which would only drag all of this out, and that would mean more death, more destruction, and a risk to the entire continent of Europe. As a result, Ukraine's president was then booted out of the White House by the National Security Advisor Michael Waltz and Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Ukraine's ambassador to the U.S. held her head in shame. Lunch was canceled. A joint press conference also canceled. The signing of the minerals deal is off the table for now. The State Department has even already terminated funding for Ukraine's energy grid restoration, and President Trump instructed Zelenskyy to come back when he's ready for peace. And by the way, if there is a next time, you might want to put on that suit. It is the White House. Take a look.
Why don't you wear a suit? Why don't you wear a suit? You're the highest level in this country's office, and you refuse to wear a suit. Just want to see if you do own a suit.
Yeah, you have problems.
A lot of Americans have problems with you not respecting.
I don't have.
I get it. Okay. But the suit or no suit, that really doesn't matter. Okay. It's about peace. Okay. Creating peace in those regions. Okay. Russia and Ukraine is not about wearing the suits. But I get it. He probably just had a Starbucks coffee. Talking about the on his suits.
I will wear a costume after this war will finish.
Okay.
Yes, maybe one.
Maybe something
like yours. Yes.
That'd be great.
Maybe something better. I don't know. We will see. Maybe something cheaper than. Yeah. Thank you.
President. Now, you need to keep in mind, historically, this is not the first time that Zelenskyy has disrespected the U.S. You might recall Joe Biden reportedly lost his temper with Zelenskyy because of his insulting behavior, his lack of gratitude. Apparently, the president of Ukraine needed a wake-up call. This isn't Europe. Donald Trump was able to do something that Biden and Harris were not able to do, and that is bring Vladimir Putin to the table. He has stated publicly he wants peace and this war to be over, as did President Zelenskyy. So today was a golden opportunity for Ukraine, all of Europe, and Vladimir Putin and Russia to stop all the death, all the destruction. And that opportunity passed over today. And by the way, the U.S. has now demonstrated over and over again under Donald Trump, we can and we will defend ourselves regardless of what happens in Ukraine. And for the record, the oceans are not our only protectors. We have the most powerful military the world has ever seen. We own the sky, we own the seas, we own outer space. And President Trump is dedicated to producing the next generation of weaponry, including, as he often speaks about, an Iron Dome that will one day perhaps save millions of lives, and our logistics are unmatched. We don't need Ukraine. They do rely on us, and they have been as successful as they have been because of the hundreds of billions of dollars of your money that has been spent on this war that has ended right now in a stalemate. The American people stop paying that money, they will be in an awful position. You have generously supported them financially, militarily. We've offered humanitarian aid. And this, of course, in their brave fight against a truly malignant Vladimir Putin. Nobody disputes that. If this keeps going, there's not going to be a country left. So let's be clear. Zelensky's behavior today at the White House, it's unacceptable. But don't take my word for it. On X, one of Ukraine's biggest supporters in Washington, Senator Lindsey Graham, posted this: "Unfortunately, America was disrespected and the deal is off. I have never been more proud of President Trump, Vice President Vance, for standing up for America first." And then Senator Graham went to the microphones, had this to say. Take a look.
Told you.
Most Americans witnessing what they saw today would not want Zelenskyy to be their business partner, including me, and I've been to Ukraine 9 times since the war started. I met with him this morning. President Trump I talked to last night, he was upbeat about the deal. I've never been more proud of President Trump for showing the American people in the world you don't trifle with this man. And the question for me,
for the Ukrainian people. I don't know if Zelensky can ever get you to where you want to go with the United States. Either he dramatically changes or you need to get somebody new.
Wow, powerful words. Now, feel free to turn off the noise on fake news CNN, MSDNC. In 1986, you may recall a similar cast of characters. They were in a state of panic. Remember, Reagan walked away at the table from Reykjavik in the summit with the Soviet Union over the issue of SDI, strategic defense, mocked by the media, Star Wars. Maybe now we'll call it the Iron Dome. Ultimately, Reagan's tough negotiations led to a peaceful end to the Cold War. And now Zelensky is already trying to clean this disaster up on X, writing, quote, "Thank you, America. Thank you for your support. Thank you for this visit. Thank you to the President of the United States, Congress, the American people. And Ukraine needs just and lasting peace, and we are working exactly for that." Apparently, he even tried to come back to meet with Trump at the White House. Take a look.
I want anybody that's going to make peace. If he's capable of making peace, which he may or may not be, but I want somebody that's going to make peace. Again, he doesn't have the cards. When we sign up, he's got all of the cards. That doesn't mean he can fight. He's got to stop the fighting, stop the death. Well, he says he wants it now. He wants to come back right now, but I can't do that.
Meanwhile, Zelensky did sit down with our very own Brett Baer on Special Report, and this is what he had to say.
So I'm not hearing from you, Mr. President, a thought that you owe the president an apology.
No, I respect President and I respect American people. And if, I don't know, if I think that we have to be very open and very honest. And I'm not sure that we did something bad. I think maybe sometimes some things we have to discuss out of media, with all respect to democracy and to a free media. But there are things that where we have to understand the position of Ukraine and Ukrainians. And I think that is the most important thing. Yes, we are partners. You know, we are very close partners. We have to be fair. We have to be very free.
We're partners. Yeah, but not on the same level.
The president has kicked Zelensky out of the White House. His delegation right now is telling him that he's got to go home. The president felt disrespected. The lunch that they were supposed to have is sitting right outside the hallway, and the press staffers are going to be eating that lunch.
Mr. President, is there no deal? Mr. President, can you tell us what happened? Is the deal off? President Zelensky, can you tell us what happened?
No, he can't. He can't tell you what happened. They threw him out, so he can't tell you what happened.
Did you sign the minerals deal?
Of course he didn't. Nope.
As usual, the Babylon Bee perfectly summed up today's Zelensky Oval Office performance, saying Zelensky tries bold new strategy of insulting the people he's begging for money from. Well, come on, Zelensky's super talented. He's a diplomatic genius, in fact. On the Ukraine deal, his snotty behavior and eye-rolling took a done deal on rare earth to a no deal on scorched earth.
During the war, everybody has problems, even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless. God bless. God bless. You will not have war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. But right now, you don't. You're playing cards. You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country.
Now, Zelensky's supercilious air, constantly speaking over the president, was simply dumb on every level. The one person he had to impress today was Donald Trump, and he failed that test miserably. As for Trump's approach, he told Zelensky he didn't want to hear something, and it was called the truth.
Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not winning. You're not winning this. you have a damn good chance of coming out okay because of us.
Mr. President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
you haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet,
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
alone.
in this cabinet.
We gave you, through
I
this
said
stupid president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military equipment, and your
voted
men
for
are
your
brave,
president.
but they had to use our military.
What about
if you didn't have our military equipment,
if
you didn't have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
All true. Now, Zelensky plays warrior in his costume, but he doesn't realize his act is wearing very thin. And his banker, us, well, we're out of money.
The problem is, I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out.
No, it won't.
But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position.
Now, today was the day that the pro-Ukraine war hawk crowd lost their cause. Look, if you've lost Lindsey Graham.
I have never been more proud of the president. I was very proud of J.D. Vance, standing up for our country. We want to be helpful. What I saw in the Oval Office was disrespectful, and I don't know if we can ever do business with Zelensky again.
Do you think President Zelensky needs to resign to resume these peace talks?
He either needs to resign and send somebody over that we can do business with, or he needs to change.
Now, Kinzinger, Cheney, Vindman, the whole crowd, their hero, the man who suspended elections in his own country, who basically did away with free expression, who banned thousands of Orthodox churches, came to town with an impudent, hectoring approach, expecting, I guess, to be treated like he was at Harvard's Kennedy School or maybe at the Oscars. Now, think about how other European leaders handled their visits to the White House, leaders who also have some pretty profound differences with the Trump administration.
With this gentleman on my right, and we look forward to keeping that going for a long period of time. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Oh, they were gracious because they weren't morons. But any leader, especially a leader who's received, what, about $250 billion, who's counting, in aid, in arms, and humanitarian aid from the United States, enters the White House and then disrespects the president, well, then you can bet that the 77 million Americans who voted for Donald Trump will not support any further engagement. Zelensky was like an annoying gnat. He never shut up in camouflage. But by about dinner time on the East Coast, Volodymyr Zelensky had a slight attitude adjustment. On set with Brett Baer, there was still no apology for his rude behavior, but...
So I'm not hearing from you, Mr. President, a thought that you owe the president an apology.
No, I respect President and I respect American people. And if, I don't know, if I think that we have to be very open and very honest. And I'm not sure that we did something bad.
Well, he ended up saying, well, he thinks the relationship can be salvaged. He had 2 or 3 chances to say he was sorry. It can be salvaged, and, you know, he is sorry if there was a misunderstanding. He finally got that out of him. That's all well and good. But the man is still not living in reality. We fund and have funded the lion's share of this war, and we're not funding it any longer, period. Trump is driving the negotiations here, and so Zelensky needs to lose the attitude.
Do you think the public spat in the Oval Office in front of the media served Ukrainians well today?
I think this kind of spat is I mean, this this is not good for both sides anyway, and I'm very open, but I can't, change our Ukrainian attitude to Russia, and I don't want they kill us for us. This is very, very clear that Americans are the best of our friends, Europeans are the best of our friends, and Putin with Russian, they're enemies. And it doesn't mean that we don't want peace. We just want to recognize the reality, the real situation. But
look, I think the spat in public was actually refreshing. Now, all these diplomats, all these globalists, the same people who failed America in negotiations and meetings, Iraq, Afghanistan, throughout the Middle East, they love having it all play out behind closed doors. That way there's no accountability when they screw up. But it was very important for America to see Zelensky's intransigence today.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on.
I understand, sir.
I think it's very important. That's why I kept this going so long.
He knows the show. And sunlight truly is the best disinfectant. And right now, Zelensky and his enablers are the biggest obstacles toward peace.
We're not looking for somebody that's going to sign up as strong power and then not make peace because they feel emboldened, and that's what I saw happening. I'm looking for peace. We're not looking to go into a 10-year war and play games. We want peace. And it was just my impression that if we do that, if we sign up, he's looking for something that I'm not looking for. He's looking to go on and fight. We're looking to end the death.
We're looking to end the debt. Doge, what's going on with Doge?
We're here with our friend Joe Contra, Fox News contributor. He's got a great book coming out in a few months, The Greatest Comeback Ever, about Donald Trump. Joe Contra, you would think with the enormity of the findings of Doge, Trump, Musk, just it's so incredible, the billions and billions and the political payoffs and the ideological payments and the fraud and the waste, that the media would be so busy, so almost overwhelmed with all this information. They could report it, they could follow up on it. And I look at the Media Research Center analysis, the media are almost not covering any of the fraud, waste, and abuse. What do you make of this?
This is one of the biggest stories of our lifetimes, I think, Mark. When you're talking about billions upon billions in waste, fraud, corruption, that is one of the easiest stories to look at and cover. And Elon Musk, Doge, at the direction of President Trump, have been impossibly transparent in terms of what they're finding. They put it up on their X feed, or they have a website for it. And all we see from legacy resistance media is concentrating on Elon Musk and what a danger he is to democracy and what a fascist Donald Trump is. I'm sorry, when was the last time a fascist government tried to end waste, fraud, and corruption in government? When was the last time a fascist government tried to shrink the size of government? Fascist governments only expand their power, only thrive on fraud, corruption, and abuse. And what they're doing right now over at Doge is a huge story, but as usual, resistance media goes negative because that's the only thing in their DNA when it comes to Donald Trump, and they're not serving the public. The good news is Harvard-Harris has a poll out just this week that's found that 6 in 10, 60% of Americans, so that means not just Republicans, but also independents and some Democrats, believe that Doge is helping. So as usual, media says one thing, big disconnect in terms.
Of course, that's what happened in 2024 presidential election. People were saying Kamala has the presidential seat. However, I said, you guys are now counting on the people who don't even talk. People want a better economy. And now Trump is the president of the United States. It's the same thing with these people. A lot of people do not want to send their hard-earned tax-paying money to other countries.
Majority of Americans believe government needs to become more efficient and government should spend less money. And if you look at the polling, they still believe in the mission. But the polling also shows the execution is not favorable, and neither is Elon. And how they're doing it is the big mistake. They got to be working with Congress. We're $36 trillion in debt. The only way you're going to get at that is by working with Congress. I appreciate that they say they found $60 billion. That's a lot of money to the American people. But to get at the debt, you're going to have to go to Congress.
Here's the challenge with them targeting not only probationary employees, but also the way that they've been going about with a chainsaw and just cutting across all these employees at key agencies, is that even when it gets resolved in court, the months and months it'll take, they've already, when they realize, oops, we got rid of the nuclear security inspectors. Oops, we got rid of the people who were inspecting for bird flu. Oops, we can't find these people anymore. So the damage is already being done, even though there is legal recourse. That may take too long to fix what is broken.
Well, hopefully, though,
we're going to follow the law, right? I mean, I'm the lawyer, so I want, if the judge says, no, you can't do this, we have to, as a society, follow what the judge says and then follow the procedures. There's now an appeal. And if there's going to be an appeal, then let the appellate courts make that decision. The President of the United States has Congress and they have the Senate. What the congressman is saying is accurate, but they could take it a step further. They could change the law and they could say, this agency, OPM, now does have the ability to do X, Y, and Z.
Are you suggesting that Congress has to pass a law?
That's up to you, sir.
Elon is also, he's already saying some of these judges should be impeached because they're ruling in ways that he doesn't like.
Exactly, because we're going to wait on the law, but all they're going to do is try and circumvent the law. Elon is going, well, if the president can't do what he wants, is that a democracy? No, it's a democracy because everybody's supposed to have a say. We're literally watching Doge and the way that they're making these cuts. It's like watching somebody put together Legos without the instructions, and then you realize on page 20, you need to go back to page 2 and go all the way back and figure out what you did wrong. And that's just backwards.
See, that's why you need Roy here for the Lego analogy. See, that's only he can break it down with Legos.
They fired the only dude at the park who got the keys to the bathroom. Was it Yellowstone? One of the national parks.
You know what?
But do they have trees? Do they have trees?
I think that, and I think you're right. And, you know, the Trump campaign, the White House, they're quick to point it out, and it is a fact that the majority of Americans do agree with cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. But what I would like to see, because I haven't seen any polling, even though I kind of have a sense of how it would turn out, ask specific questions. Do you like how Doge is going about what it's doing? We're seeing people asking, do you support eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse? They ask those questions.
Yeah, there's polling on that. 34% of Americans support how Doge is going about it, when 75% of Americans support the mission. So that tells you right there that the execution has been a big failure. And these probationary folks, probation makes it sound like they've done something wrong.
Right.
These are people
They're just new hires, essentially.
Oh, no, they took a promotion. And in their promotion, they're on probation for the first year. That's why they're making these mistakes, because they're just having some algorithm go through. They're letting
I
off.
don't think that, do you really
veterans.
think that those are mistakes, or is the intention just to slash heads? Like, because they just need to get to certain numbers. I mean, we heard Elon the other day in the White House saying, oh, we have to cut X billion dollars every single day until September. He doesn't really care where that money
I think
comes
that's the
from.
big point.
He only cares about the number.
Yeah, and I think that's the big point with Elon Musk. He doesn't care. Donald Trump has been president of the United States before. So there are people around Donald Trump who understand how government works. What we're going to get into, and nobody's really talking to it yet, as they continue to cut a lot of these employees, many of them, especially career employees, are protected under the Merit System Protections Board, which means that when they're fired, they can appeal that to the Merit System Protections Board. And what you're going to see is a backlog of cases of former federal employees filing and probably getting
the judges are going to step in. I want to play this though, because these are some of the literal voices of Trump supporters who are confused about what's happening right now in their own government.
One of our tenants just recently got laid off from the USDA, and he's disabled vet, multiple deployments overseas. Just a little concerning that we don't let these guys, fall off the wagon here and get neglected, because they've done so much for our country.
The reason I'm calling is, so I'm a current federal employee. How do you make life decisions? Try to figure out what to do. How do you know to send your kids to college? If you can afford to buy a house, when there's no information coming from the administration, which I support strongly.
I just wanted to call and advocate for my daughter here. So my daughter was diagnosed with a DIPG. It is a brain tumor of the brainstem. With the lack of funding, basically all you get is parents like me who have had a kid with this, starting organizations and coming up with money to carry on the research for them. So that's why I wanted to call and advocate for research.
So real life consequences here. Very serious stuff.
We heard Donald Trump say many times, there will be pain as I enact my policies, right? We've seen Elon Musk talk about varieties of ways in which certain types of people should be advanced in society, and that's a reality that is hitting home for millions of Americans right now. The irony being, though, that by the time they're able to develop or figure out what the reaction is going to be, the consequences will already have put in place. And you have now the Steve Bannons of the world who are like, Medicaid is a big part of our MAGA base. People care about this. And the coalition includes these CEO, monarch, tech bros. Like this is going to come to a head sooner rather than later.
Roy, I wonder what you think about just the sheer number of people who say, I support this administration. That was the Sean Hannity show they were calling into. What do you say to them that now they're realizing, actually, this stuff is affecting me, and I voted for Donald Trump?
Then you're about to get a serious education on government and how government works. And I empathize with all the people that are going to suffer under these cuts, because you have someone who's essentially trying to run this country like a tech company, where you can chop off big limbs when you're making cuts in tech, because you don't have to think about the rollover and that. Like, Doge makes cuts in departments I didn't even know existed as an American. Like, just we're cutting the Department of Oxygen. I'm like, what?
Okay. Exactly, because the Department of Oxygen. This guy is wild. But think about it. So many departments in the government that people don't even know about or what they do, or if they're even producing results.
Yeah, but that's great. Not Department of Oxygen, but one of those departments. They cut 800 people out of 13,000. So it's less than 10%. It's like an 8%.
Yeah, but
cut.
which 800? Which 800? In FEMA, they just let go of 1,000 people. A lot of that is senior management. A lot of that is coming from the general counsel's office. And so who you're firing is also a big deal.
But often that happens in agencies like CNN, like other corporations. They look at who's making the most money. And is there a younger person who's hipper, who's going to get less money, and they're going to take out the senior people?
That's a key point, because these are all related. So as they're trying to figure out how they're going to extend the Trump tax cuts with a $4 trillion number on that without adding to the debt, because Republicans have been against that until they get into power, of course. This is the problem. If you're not going to slash Social Security or Medicare or now Medicaid, there's not enough money to do that. And so what Elon's mission is they're trying to figure out where they can find all this money in order to extend the tax cuts. That's the entire game that is going on.
Okay, but a lot of people are happy with those tax.
Man, y'all let Elon do his job.
A senior U.S. official says the minerals deal makes no promises about...
So the mineral deal that Zelenskyy and Trump were supposed to sign today, CNN actually went to Ukraine, and they're trying to show some of the rare earth mineral resources that Trump wants to make a deal on in
security
Ukraine.
Guarantees for Ukraine. That's a key issue for Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy, who spilled out his red lines ahead of the talks. He said the deal will not repay any money the US has given to Kyiv during the war so far. And he said he wants to clarify if Ukraine can still count on US weapons deliveries. The Ukrainian leader considers the deal only a framework, but Mr. Trump says Kyiv has every reason to sign it.
The minerals agreement will provide the basis for...
And what does Zelenskyy mean by no repayment back to the United States? What is that? Come on.
A more sustainable future relationship between the United States and Ukraine, and thus stimulate the long-term prosperity that will help the Ukrainians rebuild their country. It's been demolished.
But multiple US officials and experts describe the minerals deal as a shot in the dark for Mr. Trump.
That's because it's not clear how much mineral wealth Ukraine has and if it's worth exploring. Nick Payton-Walsh has more.
We very much need rare earth. They have great rare earth.
A moonshot for Ukraine's survival. Talking peace suddenly means talking about places like here, this lunar landscape. A titanium mine struggling under the Russian bombardment of Ukraine's power grid, sometimes with only 3 hours power a day.
Зараз ми не знаємо, як буде відбуватися наша робота навіть завтра. Бо щодня ми бачимо, як руйнується енергосистема України. І наше підприємство зараз дуже нестабільне, і це приводить до дуже високої собівартості нашої продукції.
$500 billion. That was the sum that President Trump initially thought Ukraine might be able to pay back to the United States, in his words. And here you get a sense of the challenge, really, because this place, potential is certainly there, but they say they desperately need investment. These machines are so old. And yes, so they say they would welcome American money. The pressure to get money out of the ground is enormous, as are the questions as to whether the astronomical sums Trump thinks are here can match the money to be made under this sprawling sea of unknown potential.
And who knows what rare earth is worth, but at least it's something. And who knows what it's worth? Who knows if they even have it?
It was, at first, Ukraine's idea. President Zelenskyy selling their mineral wealth in November, perhaps too successfully, as part of a victory plan for more aid. Showing reporters' maps here. They claim 7% global production of titanium. Lithium isn't mined yet, but they say they've 3% global reserves. They say they're in the top 5 of graphite reserves and have some actual rare earth metals. The initial framework deal doesn't specify what it covers, mentioning only relevant resource assets that will be further described in another agreement. Yet the White House has been specific about some resources.
There's a foundry that processes aluminum in Ukraine. It's been damaged. It's not at its current capacity. If that is restored, it would account for America's entire imports of aluminum for an entire year.
Waltz is probably referring to here, an aluminium plant in Zaporizhia, mothballed when filmed here a decade ago, still struggling and hit by a missile during the war. The US perhaps a little too eager to take, Ukraine with no choice but to give, in a hugely complex deal that may get messier still when it runs into the cold, hard ground truth of where Ukraine is at today. Nick Payton-Walsh, CNN, Irshansk, Ukraine.
Here with us now is former CNN Moscow Bureau Chief Jill Doherty and CNN Global Affairs Analyst Kim Dozier. Thank you both for being here. Kim, I'll start with you. What are you looking for in this coming Zelenskyy meeting here?
Well, I'm looking for two men who are going to be playing nice for the cameras, even though they have a lot of animus towards each other. But I'm also looking for Trump's team knows that the way to get to him is through commerce. And I think they've sold him this deal in terms of, we'll be able to make money off of this. You can tell your base that you're getting the money back for the U.S. investment. But down the line, it's not Ukraine that has to lobby for security guarantees. If Trump wants U.S. companies to go in and exploit whatever U.S. geological scientists find in terms of rare earth minerals, they're going to demand a secure, stable security environment. And that means supporting whatever peacekeeping forces, be they British or French on the ground, continuing with the intelligence, surveillance, the geospatial intelligence that the U.S. is currently providing Ukrainian forces to keep that place safe and keep the Russians out.
And, Jill, Trump has called Zelenskyy a dictator, even if he tried to walk it back, and says he trusts Putin won't violate a peace deal. And then you have Zelenskyy, who likely feels the opposite on both fronts. But also, he's here looking for reassurances that the United States still has his back. Where does he start with Trump? And even if Trump trusts Putin, is he not alone in that, at least among allies?
Well, I think, Zelenskyy really has a difficult task. So I think in a way, he has to reset the relationship with President Trump. He has to make sure that Trump understands that this is life or death for Ukraine. And I think he probably will want to undermine that faith that President Trump seems to have in President Putin, because that's kind of key here. President Trump is saying, I think Putin will keep his word. And why? Because we both went through the so-called Russia hoax, which was the interference by Russia in the 2016 election. And so, I think of this, Omar, almost as kind of a triangle. You've got this deal, which is the minerals deal over here, really not a major part. When you look at it rationally, it shouldn't be a major part of what we're talking about. Then you have Ukraine. How do you solve that? And then you have Trump's relationship with Putin and resetting the U.S.-Russia relationship. So there are a lot of, moving parts to this. And Zelenskyy is going to have to try to really, establish this relationship, keep it going, but also stand up for his country. And that's going to be very, very hard.
And Kim, you know, this of course comes on the heels of French President Emmanuel Macron, who visited. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer also visited the White House this week. The goal was clearly to see if there was any sort of progress towards some form of security guarantees from the United States if there is any peace deal struck with Russia. I mean, despite all the handshaking and smiling this week, did Europe make any substantial headway into that effort this week?
Well, the two positive meetings by the French and the British leaders mean that at the very least, Trump has embraced the concept of peacekeepers, NATO peacekeepers on the ground inside Ukraine. At least those are NATO countries, if not flying under the NATO banner. And Russia, while the Moscow spokesman and others have said, no, we would never allow any NATO forces inside Ukraine, has gone quiet on that in the past few days, as if to understand the Brits and the French have won this round, and they're going to bring it up at the negotiating table next and not be too public about it, because anyone who defies Trump publicly, he lashes out at, as Zelenskyy discovered to his peril almost 10 days ago, when he said that that Trump seems to be susceptible to Russian disinformation. So right now, it looks like things are going in the right direction for Ukraine, but it is a very delicate balance. And the only thing that I think Russia is trying to get out of it at this point is a seat back at the world table on the G7, et cetera, investment and lifting of sanctions. But I got to just mention, the Trump administration just extended some of those sanctions against Russia for another year. So that leaves Moscow with something to play for.
Yeah. Jill Doherty, Kim Dozier, really appreciate the time and perspective. Thanks for being here.
So fun. Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Everybody, double tap your screen to give this video a like. Subscribe to the channel. Turn on your notification bell. Okay. Support the channel. Join the membership. It is $4.99. Okay.
Everybody has problems.
Support the channel. Subscribe. Double tap your screen and enjoy the show.
Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless. You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that. Remember this. You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
You will feel influence.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. Right now, you don't. You're playing cards. You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country, that's back to you, far more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you once? This entire meeting? No, in this entire meeting, have you said thank you? You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned.
I just like the way JD stood up for, American people as well as his boss, Trump. I like the way they both stood up for each other. It just means they actually truly like each other in real life. And that means a lot.
For the opposition in October, offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, you can...
He's not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly.
So you see the chemistry, like the chemistry between JD and Trump is so wow. JD stood up for the OG, like, you know what, you never say thank you to a president, to an administration who is trying to create a dialogue for peace. And then he said, well, do you think you're going to raise your voice? And Trump said, he's not raising his voice. Hey,
Your country's in big trouble.
Can I
Wait a
answer?
minute. No,
Can
you've
I
done a lot
answer?
of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not winning.
I know.
You're not winning this. You have a damn good chance of
we are
coming out
staying,
okay because of
Mr.
us.
President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
You haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet,
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
alone.
in this cabinet.
We gave you, through
I
this
said
stupid
thank you.
president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military
president.
equipment,
You
and you
voted
men
for
are
your
brave, but they had to use our military.
What about
if you didn't have
You
our
invited
military
me-
equipment,
You invited
if
me
you
to
didn't
speak.
have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3
okay?
days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days, this is something
Maybe
new.
less.
In 2 weeks, of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this. I tell you.
Just say thank you.
I said a lot of times
that there,
thank you
accept
to
that,
American people.
Accept that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on.
I understand, sir.
I think it's
I
very
understand.
important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the
I'm
cards.
thankful.
You're buried there. Your people are dying.
tell you
You're
again,
running
I
low
know.
on soldiers.
Don't-
Listen,
don't, please,
you're running
Mr.
low on
President.
soldiers. It would be a damn good thing.
Mr.
And then
President.
then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go, and I want this. Look, if you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're saying you don't want a ceasefire.
But I said to you,
I want a
with
ceasefire.
guarantees.
Because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't
it doesn't
with
matter
me.
for you what
That
what
wasn't
is-
with me.
It
That was
wasn't
with
you.
a guy named Biden who was not a smart person.
This
That
is
was
your-
with,
this
that was
is
with
your
Obama.
president. It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful, because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
One more question to Mr. Vice President. I'm sorry.
It's going to be a tough deal to make, because the attitudes have to change.
What if Russia breaks ceasefire? What if Russia breaks peace talks? What do we do then? I understand that it's a heated conversation right now.
What are you
but
saying?
She's asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it? I don't know. They broke it with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me. Let me tell you, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witness.
Oh, God. Trump said, what if a bomb drops on your head right now? Look at Zelensky's eyes when he spoke about the bomb. When Trump spoke about the bomb, Zelensky looked up like, wait, let me make sure there's no bomb dropping on my head in the United States.
It's a heated conversation right now.
What are you
but
saying?
She's asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it? I don't know. They broke it with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me. Let me tell you, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they used him and Russia. Russia. You ever hear of that deal? That was a phony Hunter Biden, Joe Biden scam. Hillary Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff. It was a Democrat scam. And he had to go through that. And he did go through it. We didn't end up in a war. And he went through it. He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom. It came out of Hunter Biden's bedroom. It was disgusting. And then they said, oh, the laptop from hell was made by Russia. The 51 agents. The whole thing was a scam. And he had to put up with that. He was being accused of all that stuff. All I can say is this. He might have broken deals with Obama and Bush, and he might have broken them with Biden. He did, maybe. Maybe he didn't. I don't know what happened. But he didn't break them with me. He wants to make a deal. I don't know if you can make a deal. The problem is I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing. We're looking for peace. We're not looking for somebody that's going to sign up a strong power and then not make peace because they feel emboldened, and that's what I saw happening. I'm looking for peace. We're not looking to go into a 10-year war and play games. We want peace. And it was just my impression that if we do that, if we sign up, he's looking for something that I'm not looking for. He's looking to go on and fight, fight, fight. We're looking to end the death. 2,000 people died this week. Soldiers, more than that, but 2,000 approximately people died this week. Young Ukrainians and Russians. And somebody would say, why do you care about Ukraine and Russian soldiers? I care about them. I care about everybody.
Do you want peace? And if he had the opportunity to go back to the White House right now, would you do it?
No. First of all, we want peace. That's why I'm in the United States. That's why I visited President Trump. And thanks for the invitation again. The deal on minerals is the first step to security guarantees. It's meant for the peace, closer to peace. That's why I'm here. And we have tough situation. To understand it is to be in Ukraine. You saw it, Brad. You was once. Thank you again. So I think that's very important to understand what's going on. But I respect my soldiers and our people, our civilians who work and support our warriors. I can't say just stop. Nobody will stop because everybody afraid that Putin will come back tomorrow. We want just and lasting peace. It's true. We want security guarantees. We raise this topic about NATO the quickest way, but not all the countries are on this side. I said, okay, if not NATO, nobody is pushing. If not NATO, let's build NATO in Ukraine. That's my position. Europeans are ready to have contingents on our territory, boots on the ground. United States thinks maybe to help, maybe USA backstop, have to be just to guarantee that they are with Europeans. Look at Europe, it's strong, it became stronger, but they also want to have allies like the United States. That's what I said. I just want to understand what the peace. It's not my question, Brad. This is the question from all our people.
Indeed it was. President Trump kicking Zelenskyy out of the White House shortly after that, canceling their joint press conference. No rare minerals deal was signed, and the White House staffers, well, they eat the lunch that Trump and Zelenskyy were supposed to dine on. President Trump posting on Truth Social, it is amazing what comes out through emotion, and I have determined that President Zelenskyy is not ready for peace if America is involved because he feels our involvement gives him a big advantage in negotiations. I don't want advantage. I want peace. He disrespected the United States of America and its cherished Oval Office. He can come back when he is ready for peace. And Zelenskyy will be talking to Bret Baier at 6 p.m. Eastern time tonight, just less than 1 hour from now. Jesse, this feels like one of those moments in history where we will all remember exactly where we were when we watched that go down. Now I'll ask you the question we're left wondering, will they get to a deal?
Hopefully. It's kind of like when you want to propose, so you go to the girlfriend's dad, you go into his house. Can I have your blessing? And he goes, well, do you have any money for a ring? Nope. Do you have a job? Nope. Do you have a house? Nope. And then you start arguing with the dad and he kicks you out of the house and you go back to the girlfriend. The girlfriend's like, well, how did it go? Not good. It did not go very well. Zelenskyy screwed up. 30 minutes before this happened, everything was fine. Everyone was getting along fine. And then a reporter asked Trump about aligning with Russia. Trump says, I'm just aligned with America and I'm aligned with the world. And then Vance jumps in and he says, well, you know, you can talk tough and beat your chest, but that's not going to help us with diplomacy. And then Zelenskyy, out of nowhere, zeroes in on Vance And he says, you don't know anything about diplomacy. What do you know about diplomacy? You can't negotiate with Putin. He can't be trusted. He violates ceasefires. Well, then what are we all doing here? Why did he fly all the way here to sign this mineral deal if you can't negotiate with Vladimir Putin? What's the whole point of this? We're not going to give Zelenskyy a security pact. It's not in America's interest to have to defend that country with American soldiers if Russia goes back in. The mineral deal is the best security that Zelensky's ever going to get. And if you didn't like the language of the deal, stay in Kiev. Hash it out for another week and then fly here. Don't fly here and get all emotional. We run the world. This is America's world. He's our proxy. This ends when we say it ends. It doesn't end when Zelenskyy, if he wants to go it alone, go it alone. I'm glad we helped him. Russia invaded. We got his back. At first, it was the right thing to do. But now it's not. Now the war's over, and he doesn't recognize it's over. And reality is going to eat this guy alive if he doesn't recognize this. If you were in the room when Roosevelt was telling Churchill to liquidate his colonies, I don't think it was all tea and crumpets. Or if you were Bush yelling at Musharraf when Al-Qaeda was in Pakistan, no. Or Bibi getting his ear chewed out by Joe Biden. This stuff happens all of the time behind the scenes. We were just lucky enough to have it happen right in front of the cameras.
You know, it was fascinating. Thank you for that, Jesse. Emily, when we were getting live reports from the White House, while Zelenskyy and Trump had finished this meeting, and we were waiting to see what happened next, Jackie Heinrich stepped up to the camera to give us a report and said she had learned that Zelenskyy was begging to stay but got kicked out. And shortly thereafter, we saw exactly that. We saw Zelenskyy very quickly after this concluded exiting the White House along with his staff.
Exactly. And to that point, there was a gap in time that was longer in reality than we saw on television because we had to ingest that footage, right? It wasn't live. So there was sort of a significant moment in between what we saw and Zelenskyy exiting the White House that I think portends the future of this relationship between those two, which is the need for an apology and an acknowledgement of the role the United States is playing. Now, I think what we saw was someone who has, for many years, bared the brunt, obviously, of Putin's aggression, and his exhaustion and his wit's end and his rage was showing. But for him to ascribe on the current administration's shoulders the utter failures and the invertebrate approach of prior administrations was so wrong. And the most wrong tactic was, in Vice President Vance's words, litigating it in front of the American media. That was not the time or place to have that outburst. And I think all it did was underscore for everyone watching, for the millions watching, how deeply fragile and important diplomacy is and that it doesn't always look tidy. And for President Trump to sit there and for them to entertain that question, that pushback on, what do you know about diplomacy? And they said, look, there's a new sheriff in town. So I know that your experience with Putin has been such, but let us tell you what our experience has been. For that to be all played out in front of the American media live, and for President Zelenskyy to have, frankly, his sort of mercurial behavior always played out, always harnessing the American public's sentiment by way of the harnessing of American media is totally inappropriate in the Oval Office of the presidency of someone that you are trying to have on your side. And recall that the UK Defense Secretary who says, well, America needs to have that backstop. You know, we believe in upping all the spending, but we still need America to be the backstop. We don't have to be, actually. And economics is indeed the backstop that we're going to commit to. So here, what happens moving forward is that America needs to stay strong because we are signaling to Putin and China exactly what happens if you come on our turf and disrespect us.
You know, Jessica, a lot will be said about the public nature of this, these fiery exchanges happening in the Oval Office. And the many guests we had immediately following the breaking news, there were some who seriously embraced it and some who thought it's not a good look to have this happen on the global stage in such a public way. Where are you?
I think I could see both sides, I guess, of the public face of it. I think Jesse's right that usually this is hashed out in private, but this is a president who loves doing things in public, and he's a TV guy, and he made for great TV there. And we're going to talk more in the B block about the various reactions to it and how much this ultimately benefits Putin and how he was so excited to see this interaction. And I'm sure that is the case. But the idea that Zelenskyy, whose people have fought bravely for 3 years against a authoritarian adversary that invaded, that has taken an advantage at every single turn, has been nothing but a patriot, said even just last weekend that he would resign if it meant that they could get into NATO, right? That was after the accusation from President Trump, J.D. Vance, et cetera, that he was the one who's a dictator, that he was the one that it was Ukraine's fault that all this happens, when we all know, or anyone who's being honest, that it was definitely Putin's fault. And Jesse's right. The moment where Zelenskyy gets animated is when J.D. Vance asks him to just take it, to just sit there and go along with the idea that Vladimir Putin wasn't the aggressor in this, or the idea that Vladimir Putin is a diplomatic partner. Vladimir Putin is not a diplomatic partner for anybody. So you had a patriotic world leader defending his people and defending the thousands of lives, tens of thousands of lives that have been lost to all of this.
Neither Stalin, neither's Mao. Sometimes you have to do deals with bad guys.
But
Jessica.
he's not. America in life has done some deals with some bad guys, but that isn't what's going on here. And Donald Trump revealed himself. I thought the most shocking part was that Trump goes on to say, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt. And people have been saying since the beginning of this, since Donald Trump came on the world stage, that he is aligned with Putin. We saw in Helsinki in 2018 when he stood up there and he sided with Putin over the intelligence agencies. He says, well, Putin told me he didn't do it. He told me he didn't meddle in the election. And then are you comfortable with an American president saying Putin went through a hell of a lot with me? Are they buddies?
I went through a hell of a lot with you, Jessica, with the Russia.
Okay, making a joke of it means that I made a valid point, just for the viewers at home.
Let's take it doesn't. Yeah, take it to Charlie.
So, obviously the whole thing was pretty amazing. It was great TV. It was pretty shocking. I've never seen anything like it. But one of the reasons it was so shocking and so amazing is because it's the first time we've ever seen an American president stand up and deal with the situation in Ukraine completely from an American perspective, standing up for American interests, American taxpayers' interests, Americans' strategic interests. And we've just never seen it. So it was kind of shocking. And probably the most shocked person was Zelenskyy himself. He couldn't believe it. He'd never dealt with an American official who cared primarily, first and foremost, about Americans and American interests. And so he was completely blown off. And I think that one of the things that's kind of interesting about, and obviously, and you all are exactly right about that, the moment that set him off that set Trump off was when Zelenskyy dialed in into J.D. Vance, which, by the way, is a really weak move. You go for the vice president.
But he's the one who said it to him.
Okay. But that's who you start your fight with. And then, and this is the thing I think, Trump knows a lot of people who are not good deal makers. He can deal with them. He can work with them. The idea that you would have a guy that is not only not a good deal maker, he has no idea how few cards he has when he walks into this room. Mm-hmm. He has no idea how few options, zero options he has. And he walks in here and he's arrogant and he's pushy and he's demanding. And you pile all that up and you're going to piss off Trump. And what we saw there was a pissed off Trump. So you have somebody, and it's been going on for a long time, where you have this person who is bilking the American taxpayers for hundreds of billions of dollars, and most Americans can't really tell you what our interest is over there.
Can I just add to that about the money and all of this? Obviously, we have given them a ton of money, but 70% of the aid that we have sent to Ukraine has then been spent back in America. So when he, quote unquote, went and campaigned for the Democrats, that he was visiting a munitions factory that was producing weapons that they could then use. And Europe has been, as a share of GDP, almost doubling our investment.
So I'm not an economist, but the idea that you're going to take hundreds of billions of dollars of Americans' taxpayer dollars and light them on fire in Europe, I don't think that helps anybody. All it does is lead to inflation.
All right, save
and more
for the
debt.
next block, because we've got more on this coming up.
Sure. Well, thanks for having me, Laura. And it was incredibly tense in that room, and things turned bad and bitter very quickly because, unfortunately, President Zelenskyy refuses to recognize recognize the pragmatic reality about the war that his country is facing. This war has been going on for years. His countrymen are dying. And most of all, President Zelenskyy failed to recognize that he's walking into the Oval Office with a new sheriff in town. And that sheriff is Donald Trump. And he is a peacemaker in chief. He wants this war to end. And he understands that his people, the American people, are sick and tired of footing the bill for this war to the tune of hundreds of billions of dollars. And so it's very unfortunate for the Ukrainian people and for President Zelenskyy that he walked in with this mindset of give from the American people without much gratitude for what the American people have done for his country over the past few years. And so he was on the brink of signing an economic agreement that would have ensured economic prosperity for the Ukrainian people and recouped American tax dollars for funding this war. Instead, because of his rude and antagonistic ways, the deal blew up in his face. President Trump wants peace. He remains committed to that. But President Zelenskyy either needs to change his attitude or perhaps he can't make a deal at all.
Well, Caroline, we're hearing different narratives tonight, but is President Trump in the mood at all to revisit this mineral deal, given what happened earlier today?
Well, I think the president remains committed to peace, and he wants to see this war end. That has been the president's intention all along. Don't forget, he talked about this extensively on the campaign trail as soon as he was elected on November 5th, before he was even inaugurated. He talked to Zelenskyy. His team started negotiations to end this war, and more has been done in a month by President Trump and his team to move towards a tangible and lasting peace than the previous 3 years under the past administration.
I'm sorry to interrupt. But Caroline, I'm talking about the deal. Of course, you were all set up. You had the table set up, the room set up to sign that mineral deal.
That's right.
And what now?
Well, we'll have to see, and it's up to President Trump the next move that he makes. But I think he made it very clear today in asking President Zelenskyy and the Ukrainians to leave the White House that Zelenskyy is not in the right mindset. And again, the minerals deal was an economic framework, and it was the first step towards a peace deal. But Zelenskyy came into the Oval Office talking about security guarantees, talking about what Europe wants to do. Well, the president has been talking to Europe, too. He had the leaders of France and the UK here this week precisely to talk about how to end this war. And so, again, it's unfortunate circumstances for President Zelenskyy, but the president is not going to back down in doing what's right for the American people. And that's what this economic partnership was. It would have recouped the hundreds of billions of dollars that we've funded towards this war, and it would have been good for the Ukrainian people as well.
Caroline, Susan Rice and others tonight have said that this was an ambush, a setup, that this was the plan all along for Vance and Trump to go at him and create this drama. Your response?
That's absolutely not true. President Trump was excited about this economic agreement. And it was President Zelenskyy, if you roll the tape, who actually antagonized the vice president in front of the cameras and picked a fight with him. And as President Trump said, I think it was great that the cameras were rolling because the American people and the entire world got to see what President Trump and his team have been dealing with behind closed doors in the negotiations with the Ukrainians. They've been, again, incredibly hard-headed, and all President Trump wants is peace. And in order to negotiate peace, both sides have to come to the table. Both sides have to talk, and both sides in a good deal usually walk away a little unhappy. President Zelenskyy fails to recognize that. And again, this is not the previous administration. Joe Biden is no longer in that Oval Office. We are no longer going to just write blank checks to a war very far away without real, lasting peace. And that's what the president wants.
Caroline, who made the decision to cancel the lunch? How did that go down, and did you have any of it?
Well, the president enjoyed the lunch. He figuratively and literally ate President Zelenskyy's lunch today. But it was his decision. He felt as though President Zelenskyy was not in a place to negotiate peace at this point in time.
Yeah, there wasn't any nervous energy in the room when it all started. I mean, it started out as a normal Oval Office spray, as we call it here at the White House. And then you could really start to see, as the questions went on, you could really start to feel the divide and the mood change between President Trump and President Zelenskyy when they started moving into the security question. Now, one of the questions that really changed the mood in the room was when President Trump was asked about this, or was talking about this overall economic deal and how that would provide long-term security guarantees for Ukraine. You could then see President Zelenskyy start to shake his head no. President Zelenskyy had a message then for President Trump a little bit later on when he was talking about he wants to see concrete security guarantees and would like to see, behind it all, you could tell he wanted to see more weapons, guarantee of more weapons, U.S. coming into Ukraine. But the security guarantees is really where this shifted and changed, and you felt the mood just turn south very quickly.
Yeah, it's interesting because there's been a lot of these questions all throughout the week in the Oval Office meetings with the leaders of France and the UK as well, Edward, which I know you've been covering all along. But this question about the backstop. So what is the backstop? And President Trump, I think several times, said the backstop is our economic presence on the ground. But Zelenskyy doesn't like that. He doesn't like that answer. So he's pushing for, as you say, more weapons and a backstop that means potentially boots on the ground, it sounds like.
And it's interesting. In the Oval Office, the president said, I talked with the French President Macron, talked with the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Both said they would put European troops on the ground when there's a peace deal. But Zelenskyy, again, saying that's not a good enough, basically saying that's not a good enough backstop. That's not a good enough security guarantee. He wanted to see more. You know, incidentally, I was in Kyiv with the Treasury Secretary when he first presented this deal to Zelenskyy, and the Treasury Secretary said that they also had a heated emotional exchange behind closed doors when this was laid. And he related to President Zelenskyy that this was your best option at security long term with the United States. And that was the president's message today. Long term, this is the option for security guarantees.
You know, it's interesting, Edward, that you bring that up because the knowledge that Zelenskyy blew up at Scott Bessent, who President Trump respects greatly and who he sent as his emissary with this deal. You know, obviously he had that in his mind going into this meeting, that he had just blown up over this deal at the Treasury Secretary.
Yeah, and Scott Bessent was in the room for the Oval Office for this one. So, yeah, he was well aware of what happened.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on God. Never give up on your dreams. Believe in yourself. Believe in your dreams and believe in God, okay? Thank you for tuning in. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, and join the memberships. Okay, it is $4.99. Support the channel. I am going to be back in like 30 minutes at the most, okay? Thank you guys. You guys are awesome. Awesome. God bless you guys. And thank you to the veterans and the military personnel. You guys protect the homeland. God bless you guys. Thank you for your service. And yep, that's it. I will be back here. Turn on your notification bell. We will be back. Love you guys.